It was totally random because the dream was about being in a queue, which was it was such a weird dream as well. I didn't like the dream. In a weird queue, extremely crowded. Like people barely had enough space to. Well, we each had a space to stand, but we were so close to each other. The queue was so tight. The queue was so tight that you couldn't move until the queue moved. And we were I don't know, I think we were going to see the monkeys. That's what it was. And yeah, that was it. It was very crowded. Don't know what it was about. It's a weird dream. How am I supposed to understand anything from this dream? So if you're curious, I actually found out I asked ChatGPT about the dream. Because I just was a little scared if I didn't know the meaning. Because I have been told that dreams are important. They need to be interpreted because they carry messages. Which actually was a poor motivation for me to find out the meaning of the dreams. It was driven by kind of fear rather than excitement or curiosity. So maybe the dream wasn't for me to interpret, but yeah, there was also curiosity. So obviously the dream shows stagnation, because I said I was in a queue that was moving slowly, crowded. It was narrow, in a ditch. Like in a ditch next to the road. So there's a road, flat, white, well illuminated, empty. And all of us people of the queue were located in this narrow ditch right next the road. And it's kind of like, it's a shallow ditch, so it's not bad. And it's really not flat either. There's literally, there were stairs under our feet. We were standing on this kind of weird, almost artistic, something you don't see in real life. So let's say here's the road, right? Bright lit. Let's say here, this is the road. And next to the road, there's just a little ditch. And that's where the queue is. And it's a little shallow ditch. And it's dark. It's kind of dirty. It's kind of like going into the sewer. And there's stairs on top of the ditch. And we were standing in a ditch on the stairs. So the stairs were making it hard to move. As you would move, it kind of pushes people around in front of you. Because it was hard to stand or move. It wasn't hard to stand, but it was kind of hard to move. It was confusing. And there were people. Actually, now when I look at it, it's quite weird, right? Nobody's on the road. I mean, there were probably passerbys on the road, but I was in the middle. There were people standing, and they were not nice people. I did not feel nice around them, especially this one behind me. She's a little bitch. She's my middle school classmate that I really hate. And she's behind me, and then I think she said something, but I thought it was against me in the dream, but then said something was not about me in the end. So we were on the way to see this monkey. I actually didn't tell ChatGPT. This monkey is a specific monkey, but I don't think in the dream it was clear that it was this monkey, but the name of this monkey was mentioned. But the monkey that we were gonna see wasn't necessarily that specific monkey. I really can't remember. I think it's kind of blurry, vague here. It wasn't that specific monkey that we were gonna see, but this monkey's name is an actual monkey that exists on the internet. Their name is Stars. I heard the name in a dream, and that was it. So we were gonna see a monkey or monkeys, but just something about the monkey, just a very vague idea in the dream. We were queuing. And, oh yeah, I was going, I think, sort of upwards. And also it was a bright, sunny day. Like I said, the road was very well lit, except for the ditch, because it was a ditch, kind of dirty. And I think it's so interesting now talking about this dream. I had no idea what the dream is about, so I asked ChatGPT, and then it told me that it's about a monkey is like your playfulness, is spontaneity, is intuition, creativity. You're going towards that direction, meaning you're going the right way, but you're choosing the ineffective way that is very unnecessary and unnecessarily stagnating. As in the dream, obviously the queue was slowly moving, and it was located in a ditch, and blah blah blah. Yeah, and the stream's telling about stagnation, or you're not literally following the I just, whenever I share something about myself, I have experiencing this fear of just self-exposure. Like I start to shake right now in my body, because I feel like I'm interpreting a dream, and it's kind of a personal thing, but yet I'm making a public video, even though nobody's gonna watch it. Probably not for 100 years. Nobody's gonna watch this part of the video. That kind of comforts me. I think I'm such an interesting human being. I'm so interesting to be. Like, I would say, if I could just like, people need to buy tickets to experience what it's like to be me. Like, people should be queuing in front of me, buying tickets to experience what it's like to be me. Like, if everybody could be me, like, I don't know how that would be, but like, you can get a ticket, and then you stand here, and then when it's your turn, you get to experience what it's like to be me. I think it's just very, very profound. I am. And I'm shaking again, because I feel this fear of being judged by people who might be listening and feel that, judge me and say that I'm an arrogant person because of what I said. But that's my authentic feeling. I authentically feel that I am so interesting from my personal life experience, because if you have lived my life as me, you would see the contrast between me and every single person I have met. They are so outrageously boring people, and I am literally the only interesting person I have ever met in my life. Especially, I'm talking, focusing on my whole life, not the recent years, but the major part of my life was my upbringing, which consists of, obviously, my family, my education. Yeah, just these two, right? You have your family is where you're brought up, and then you go to school. That's where your socialization is. That's where you meet people outside your family, including your teachers, different sets of teachers from elementary school, middle school, high school, and then also these and then university. Also these 4 sets of classmates. You know, middle school, elementary school classmates, different people. Middle school classmates, other different people. And then high school, university, different people. I have met, this is about the major part of my life, where I have met most people. Well, that might not be, like, I think, yeah, that's it. Most people that I have spent individually, on average, the most time with. Meaning I have also met a significant amount of people after the stage of my life. Like a lot of strangers I have met on the internet or in real life through dating. I have met like hundreds or even thousands of them. But on average, with each individual, I have spent significantly much less time with each than those I have met in schools. So even though I have met a lot of people after this major part of my life, but I have spent so much less time with them compared to the major people. I would call them the major people in my life so far, which is very interesting to think about that my life has unfolded so far, and it seems to be a beginning part of my life. And so family and different sets of school people and teachers, classmates, these people, my family, and I have two sets of family, obviously, those for my father's family and those for my mother's. For my father's family, I spent the first 8 years of my life. And from then on, from when I was 9 all the way to 18, oh my God, now when I look at it, actually, it's 50-50. But for me, it feels like I have spent much more time with my mother's family. But when I really look at it, it's really just 50-50 because I left my father's family when I was just 9, exactly 9. And when I was 18, I left for university. So even though I still, was a part of my mother's family, but far away, like physically. Oh my God, it never came to me that way. So my destiny, literally, is I spend 50-50. I thought, in my perception, is totally different. In my perception, I feel like I've only spent, and I guess also because, the first 9 years of my life, only about 6 years of it would be conscious, because the first 3 years of your life as a baby, you don't really get to experience. You don't remember anything. That part of your life experience is almost like a blank, right? It really didn't happen, even though it happened, but because it doesn't register, right? It doesn't register, at least not consciously. You don't remember anything, so that's what makes that part feel so much shorter than this part with my mother's family. So, and I still feel like I'm sharing a lot. This fear. Where does this fear come from? This fear comes from that I feel like I am sharing something to a darkness. Like the audience, in my mind, the audience listening to me, in my mind, I picture them as either neutral or hostile, rather than understanding, welcoming. That makes me feel this fear of sharing myself, because I feel like they would just be like, I feel like the audience right now would be looking at me as if from dark corners of a not well lit room, just looking at me with cold eyes. And where does that come from? Well, I can totally understand that, because throughout my life, no matter it's in my mother's family or father's family or mother's family, or all my school, actually, oh my God, I didn't even tell you. Well, but that didn't really count. I was going to say I actually changed 3 times, 3 schools during my elementary school years. From first and second grade, it was in one school, second to third grade in a different school, and fourth to sixth grade in different school, which was also my favorite one. And then I just feel like somebody's gonna use all the information I'm sharing to go against me, which is just such a wild imagination. This is something I don't know what to do with. I want to share myself. I just feel dark. I just feel like the people listening, which will be dark. But they won't, because I'm being vulnerable. And if they're not interested in me, they won't be listening. If they are listening, means they're interested. It won't mean that they are dark. They would be open as I am open, and they would be vulnerable as I am vulnerable. They would be accepting. They would be warm as I am being warm. I just don't know why I kind of feel like the world is hostile when I walk outside. For example, there are passerbys. I look at them; they are not neutral to me. Somehow, some of them, like sometimes I feel like they're hostile, like they're dangerous, they're a threat. Well, for different people literally experience the exact same world, exact same people, strangers in totally different ways. Another person, you would ask them, they would tell you, I feel people are so good, everybody's kind, people are nice. Or for some other people, they would be like, everybody's neutral. I don't know if they're good or bad. Whereas for someone, this is all unconscious, subconscious. I'm not talking about. If you ask me consciously, what do you think about people? I would tell you people. I would think about what happened to me or about with strangers. I would tell you actually, strangers are kind or nice. Not a single person treated me wrongly. You're not at all. I've spent 2 years here. You're not a single person, well, except for this little girl. Not a little girl of my age, and she was not nice, and that was not against me. She wasn't in a good mood, and I didn't condone her either. But that was the only time when somebody was, and that wasn't even being mean to me personally. She was just like that. She would do that to anybody. Well, between strangers, it's never personal. Between two strangers, it's never personal. You think it's personal, like if you have a conversation with a stranger and then they get pissed off by you and then they attack you verbally. You would think it's personal, but really it isn't. It really isn't. It's all about that person. It's not about you at all, but we tend to think it's personal. It's our fault. And I just think I'm such an interesting person. I just think I am so, I don't know, I'm like an ocean of lights and of pixels of lights and drops of colors made of light. I just feel like I feel as if I'm talking to an invisible or non-existent therapist. The existence of me and this conversation goes up and down. As if I was in therapy, but you wouldn't want to know what I'm like in therapy. You wouldn't want to know because that's the complete opposite of what I'm showing here. In real therapy, what I would do, I sit completely silent. I don't talk at all, and unless the therapist asks me a question, but they never, because they don't ask you questions. Depending on what kind of therapist you see, but I was seeing, I think I saw this therapist I saw different therapists in my life, so I'm just talking about the last therapist that I saw was just, I saw all therapists for a very short amount of time, I have to say, because normally you would see a therapist for even a decade, it could be for years at least, but I saw those people, those ones for less than a couple, I think, I don't really remember, but just months, less than half a year, I think, definitely just less than half a year, so a very short amount of time, especially for a psychoanalysis, I don't know how to say that, how do you put these into words professionally, the professional term is, she's not a psychoanalyst, but she's a therapist based on psychoanalysis. And so, those therapists, one thing about them is they never ask you questions because they gotta follow the flow, right? The flow meaning centering on the client. Like, no matter, you do not intervene. You let them speak, you let them stay silent. So if I was silent, the therapist would never break this silence. I gotta speak, but I'm someone that just, because she was a complete stranger to me. Like, it's not literal. I mean, obviously, after many sessions, she would no longer be a stranger, but for me, in a empirical or experiential, I don't know how to describe that, but for me, what it feels, not what's logically, factually true. What's factual is that what's, let's say, observed by a third person would be that she obviously was not a stranger to me anymore, because I shared some things, I shared many things about me with her, and she, blah, 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 I know things, blah, blah, blah. She's no longer a stranger, if you ask a third point of view observer. But for my experience, that is just my own experience, subjective experience. She is a stranger, no matter how many times I see her. Maybe there's just something about her that makes us not really compatible with each other. And I truly, now when I look back, I think she wasn't the best therapist, even though it was extremely hard to find a good therapist. But she was still not good, but with the best, the best among all that I had before. So, yeah, so in those therapy, I think we had many sessions, because she asked to see me twice a week later on. Maybe because she thought I needed that. And I let it happen. And I think we had more sessions than with any other therapist before. And because she's a psychoanalysis based therapist, she would just never ask you. So I would never be talking. Well, not exactly true. I would be talking, but not like this, because I wouldn't feel so relaxed. I feel relaxed not only because there are no strangers present in the room. I'm here talking. Nobody's here. There's not an active listener in the room. I don't feel being watched, and I don't feel a different presence. So I can talk about anything I want. And I just went to the toilet. And what was I saying? I'm not like this. I'm the opposite of this in therapy sessions, and also with strangers. When I talk to people on the internet, when I meet a stranger for the first time, I'm never the one talking. When you watch movies when you meet new people, you just see some people, when they meet somebody new, they'd be talking like what I'm doing right now. And they'd be so relaxed. They'd be talking about themselves. We're talking about their personal life with just ease, like what I'm doing right now. And I could never do that unless, which I know absolutely is true, with someone that just intuitively makes me feel at ease, which has happened. I have met people. When I meet people, I just feel some people make me feel more at ease. Well, that's the case for everybody. Some people resonate with you, and you can just know that, recognize that at an intuitive level, and you just naturally feel more at ease. I just haven't met someone that just makes me feel like, I just feel like my life is getting more and more mystical. I love that. It's like riding a roller coaster. For some people, they love riding roller coasters. They love extreme sports. They love just sports. They love like a physical explorations, sensory stimulus. For me, my roller coaster is just profundity, depth. Yeah. and they are very, very, well, I don't know how to even describe them. For people that love riding roller coasters are fun, exciting. I guess this is my fun. My fun is when something personally profound, things that are personally profound, are the most fun. I get more fun from that. I can get more fun. That's my source of fun, that is in profanity, and that's why I say I am such a deep, like, I'm such a person that's so profoundly interesting that people should queue up to get tickets to experience what it's like to be me. Because I can see that, because now what people are doing, people are getting tickets to ride roller coasters, to do this, to have different experiences. And what they really are missing out is that they're not lining up to get tickets to experience what it's like to be me. Imagine if that could be possible. Like, how that would happen is somebody would just be, and when it's somebody's turn, they would just start to be me, right, for a period of time, and to experience what it's like to be me 100%, while remaining a their own perspective, like not fully being me, that they don't exist anymore, but they would still remain in the back, observing everything, being the experiencer, like the person riding the roller coaster. You are one with the roller coaster. You're also a separate individual observer on the roller coaster. That's where the experience gets to you, because you're the experiencer. And when they are experiencing being me, I'm the roller coaster, they're riding the roller coaster, and they're being the roller coaster as well, but they're still being the passenger. That's how it would work. And what kind of world would this be? Practical. And that's also, I was gonna say, that's also why I get extremely picky when it comes to, I cannot just get along with anyone. In fact, what happens to me, at least in my life experience, is that I don't get along with anyone. It's not that I can't get along with just anyone, but I literally don't get along with anyone. That's my life experience so far. I haven't been able to find someone that resonates with me because of how specific I am, or how just deeply profound I am as an individual. So that means I am just not general enough to be resonating with enough with the general public. But I also want to argue is that, even though that is not what I experience, but I think that should be true, that every single individual is just as profound as me, or nobody is less profound, even though that isn't my experience, that isn't my observation. My observation is the total opposite. Or is it true? Maybe I can never give you an objective, but maybe I can never give you an objective comment on this, but at the same time, maybe there is no objective comment on this, because again, we live in complete subjectivity, which means I think we all agree, everybody that clicks into this video is virtual, so what we live in is what this world falsely believes, is that we live in an eternally objective world that exists objectively, that's physical, that is indifferent, that is meaningless, blah blah blah, all these things that we're all familiar with, right? The current scientific paradigm or philosophical paradigm, whatever it is, the mainstream belief that is unfortunately or fortunately false, and factual truth is the opposite, is that we live in this internal subjectively, which might be a little bit harder to understand, especially because we're so used to the former, the false one, and when it comes to the real one, it starts to become a little bit confusing. Like, what does it mean, eternal subjectivity? So I would just say the words like objective. I cannot come up with a second word except for this one. It's just so meaningless. Because all that exists is the subjective. It's kind of hard to understand if you're new to this, but I would want to assume that people that watch this video to this point, understanding every single word I've said so far, it wouldn't be new to this. You would understand me perfectly. And so coming back to what I was saying, I said, and because I am so okay, I was saying that I don't get along with anyone I've met in my life. Like, by getting along, I will not overcomplicating things, but you get what I mean. I was saying that my experience is the opposite of what I know to be true. Because what my heart says is that everybody is equal. Everybody is as profound as I am. Even though that isn't my experience. Or maybe I can't tell you my experience, what my experience of other people is, because what I am experiencing is myself. I don't really pay attention or spend time. Well, I actually do, but wait a second. But I don't know. It's kind of complex now. Maybe I don't know what other people are like because I have spent so little energy, or literally so little profundity in them. All my profundity is within me because I have direct and constant, obviously, access to me, being me, every single second of existence. But other people, it's more like on and off. When they're there, I look at them. But the thing is, I think about other people all the time in my mind. And when my mind is not doing anything, when I'm washing dishes, for example, what goes through my mind is always other people from the past. You know, everybody I've met, what they have said, what they have done, how evil, how bad, how terrible they were. Think about other people all the time. Okay, I think I got a point right now. So, I do not. Okay, I can give you a real comment right now about other people. That is, I do not observe the same level of profanity in other people. That is in me. Through conversations, I talk to people and then they tell me all about they just show their values in just 1 minute of conversation. I immediately know what kind of people they are. Maybe, I don't know. I immediately know that we're not the same kind of people. I immediately know that they are not philosophical. They're not spiritual. They're not interested in anything that I'm interested in. And they probably would find what I'm interested in boring. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. That's exactly okay. Now we have a point, and that's the exact same consistent experience that I have been having throughout different stages of my life with different people. Well, I guess they will have to. The beginning of this would not be the beginning of my life, but the end of my adolescence, around the end of my adolescence, that's when I was 16. That's when I turned into who I am today. Before that part, I was not. I was sort of. I don't know how to describe that. I was just kind of like everybody else. I was kind of blurry. I was not sure. I did not. I was just like a normal person. I don't know. I was, yeah, I don't know how to describe it. I don't know what happened when I was 16. All of a sudden, I became, I don't know, philosophical, profound, just all of a sudden. Maybe not like literally all of a sudden, but I don't know. I really don't know. But yeah, I just became philosophical, deep right there. Then I became who I am today. Before that, you can say I wasn't philosophical because I was just a kid. You know, before that part of my life. It wasn't exactly 16, could be 15, I don't know. Could be around 15 when it just was beginning and finally actualized or peaked or out bloomed, or I don't know what, I can't find a perfect verb. But yeah, around when I was 16, things changed. But I didn't feel the change. I only have felt the change looking back. When I was there then, I was not aware because I was living it. I was focused on what I was living. I did not make the comparison whatsoever, or didn't I? I don't remember. I don't remember, actually. And when I was 16, what happened when I was 16? I had no idea. It just happened. All of a sudden, things just happened. I don't know. No idea. Like, it was very, you could say, mystical. I can't tell you. There's not a thing that led to that. It was just. I don't know. I cannot describe it. What exactly it was that was. I would like to know. I think, but I have, as a child, I had always been sensitive. I guess. I was a. I don't know. I really don't know. Because I remember when I was a kid, I watched animals being killed. I mean, chickens being killed. And I didn't feel bad because they were food back then in my eyes. But today, I cannot watch a chicken being killed. That would traumatize me today. But when I was a little kid, it was okay. Because yeah, that's how it was. Things were done, and I had no problem. So I was sensitive in a different way, I guess, or was I sensitive? I think I remember a lot of. I really don't remember because maybe it's not important. What exactly is a person? Because what made me become me today? What was it? Nothing outside of me happened. Not that, like, something outside of me happened to have changed me. You know, for some people, if something happened to them and it changed them, but that didn't happen to me. For me, it was all literally internal. So I don't know what it was, but I don't like to say that I changed because that makes it sound like as if I was a different person before that. I can't tell you what. Maybe I was a different person. I don't know. I don't want to focus on the time before, right before that. I didn't like that part of my life. I mean, I didn't like what was happening. I was not free. I was nervous. I was scared because I was not free. And what happened when I was 16 is suddenly I was free. Because I was me. Suddenly I was authentic. And became potent. I became standing in me, being me. And everybody respected that. I was so strong, powerful, being me. And I loved that. I still love how that felt. I don't know what happened. Don't know what it was, what happened, what made that happen. Suddenly being me was not stoppable, or it just bloomed. Maybe just like flowers, they just bloom. No reason at all, because they ought to bloom in spring. That's what happened to me. Maybe I ought to change. I don't want to say change. I ought to bloom too, and at a specific time of my life. Like I was a little plant before that, holding the flower in, and then at that specific point of my life, it just bloomed because it was time. That's how I can explain it. And it was fantastic. There's nothing better than being you, authentically. You say, I'm always me, but are you authentically you? How do I explain that? Well, okay, I'm actually not interested in talking about that. Let's just talk about what I'm interested in talking about right now. That is, okay, we're just coming back to what we were talking about. Like, in my experience, and the reason why I can't get along with anyone, or literally in my experience, I haven't been able to get along with anyone, is I haven't found another orange bird like myself. And every other bird I've seen is a blue bird. I'm the only orange bird I've ever met. Or I'm the only iridescent bird I've ever seen. In fact, you know the crows? In our eyes, they're black. But actually, in their eyes, or in the eyes of other birds, the crows are iridescent. They're very beautiful. But in our eyes, they're just black. That's what I'm like, I guess, to other people. I don't know. People that can see me, and they see my iridescence. People that can't, they just see me just all black. Blue birds. I don't know. So that's the exact reason why I'm just picky by nature, which is very easy to understand. That someone like me obviously can only get along with people that resonate, because I don't have general hobbies. Like, if you like football, you make a lot of friends. If you like roller coasters or extreme sports, you make a lot of friends. Even if you like philosophy, you make a lot of friends. Or if you're into spirituality, you make a lot of friends. But for me, it's just very, very different. Yes, I like a little bit of philosophy, but it's not that thing in traditional sense, philosophy, contemporary philosophy, or contemporary spirituality. These mainstream beliefs, I don't. I'm a very personal person, so that means I can only get along with people that personally resonate with me, personally. So that makes it very specific. That means exactly, literally, someone that would be able to understand every single word I have said so far. I don't mean understanding just intellectually or logically. You understand everything I've said because you speak English. You understand English. But and you understand every single English word I've said. But the understanding I'm talking about, the deep level of understanding, also, plus that intellectual level, obviously, the resonating level, and which means if I don't make friends, if I don't get along with someone, I don't get along with them at all. If I do get along with someone, it'll be something life lasting, no, eternity lasting, everlasting. I either don't have a friendship with you at all, or it will be just something very, very temporary and not really memorable for me personally, or it will be something that's just so profound and significant. Literally, I will have for the rest of eternity. And that's exactly my life. That's exactly what happens in my life. I have had friends. I would call them friends, but I wouldn't want to call them friends because of what I am, as I have explained throughout this video. My definition of friendship is a very different one. If I don't resonate with someone, it's so inexplainable, irresistible, incomparable level, a profoundly deep level, they're not friends to me. They're just people I know. If I don't resonate with someone this deeply, because this thing about me makes it this way, that if I don't resonate with someone, I just don't resonate with them. But if I do resonate with someone, I resonate with them. This resonance is deeply profound and profoundly deep and then eternal. So, yeah. And that's what another thing that makes me very interesting to be me. Because what I have observed from others is the kind of friendships. I actually want to stop talking for a while. Stop recording for a while. I'm just gonna clean everything up and go to bed, and then maybe if I want to continue, I want to continue. Pause recording right here. I guess I want to add one thing before I begin to clean everything, go to bed. It's because of this, because of what I just said. The people that I'm meant to meet, because of the profundity of what I just said, when they present, when they are in front of me, there will be an immediate recognition. That's what I believe. Because of the profundity or the intensity of the profoundity, that's what seems to be different, what's observed to be different between me and others. I literally have no doubt that there will be a mutual recognition or recognition between us. That is, to put it simply, if I meet my soulmate, before any conversation happens, we would be able to recognize each other. And well, I believe in what's not what I believe, not just what I believe, what's actually true is that everybody has more than one soulmate. It's just one. It's not always that romantic, blah, blah, blah. It's just soulmates, like people that deeply resonate with you at a soul level in a way that's, well, I actually don't know how the world is actually, that's all I can say about that. But if I meet a soulmate, I'll be able to reckon it will be immediate and profound and irresistible, unmissable. You cannot miss it. Recognition. And I literally have no doubt in that. And it will be mutual, obviously. And it will be just very Oh. And that's what I wanted to add. Literally have no doubt in that. I just realized one thing that is very extraordinary about me that I never noticed is that today or yesterday I just counted and found out that I probably have played more instruments than most people. Most people would have played 0 to 1 instruments in their life, but I have played. I need to count. The harmonica, is it called a harmonica? A clarinet when I was in middle school, and then the guitar when I was in high school, and piano, and drum set, and what is this called? A djembe drum, and the ukulele, and the kalimba, and and I'm gonna get a a tin whistle. Maybe I'll get a recorder, and I sing. But all of these I have only they are all deep waters, right? Each instrument is a deep water. I'm like someone that just dipped my toes into the water with each of these. I don't know for example, the harmonica, completely forgotten. I know how you play, but I don't even know now how to play from do. Where's do, right? I completely forgotten. Together with the harmonica itself, I don't know where it is. It's gone. I haven't seen it forever. I don't think I've thrown it away, but I just cannot find it ever again. I think I've probably thrown it away, but I shouldn't. I'm not somebody that would just throw that away. But maybe I did. I don't know. I don't remember. I can't. Because when I was traveling, my suitcase was so heavy, I threw away quite some things, including a pair of shoes. But those shoes were useless because their heels were so thick. Because I wanted to, I wanted to make my legs look longer. I wanted to wear those shoes. They had those thick heels that made them unwearable. You can only wear them on smooth floors if you wear them in anything that isn't smooth. You could easily fall. But I had worn them, but I never fell in them. And anybody could wear them. It just you need to be careful. But then they were heavy. I was carrying them in this suitcase, and then which I threw away. Well, I was traveling because the suitcase is so damn heavy. I don't know why. I think mainly because I was also carrying a big gigantic jar of protein powder with me because I wanted to make sure that I had enough protein every day because I was eating takeouts every day, right? Because I was traveling. You couldn't cook, you could only buy food. And where I am, it's just the price of food is high, so if I were to order meat every meal, it would really cost me. And so I was carrying this big jar of protein powder. And the harmonica. But the first instrument that I ever learned in my life, I guess, which is, you could never guess it, among all these 10 things that I've done, is the clarinet. When I was in middle school, the school needed a orchestra band. Whatever. I think every school has a band. And they were recruiting students so they would teach you for free. I was thinking, oh, for free, you can learn an instrument for free. Absolutely, I mean, so I went there, and then they would give you a. Now it's a long story to talk about all of these 10 instruments one by one. But basically, you would go and you say, I'm in, and then there many students would be there, about 50, I don't know. But they only needed like maybe 30 or less. So yeah, it was a band with about 20, 30, maybe even less people, I don't know. I think it was about 20 to 30 people. And there were like 50 people that showed up maybe, or more, I don't remember. And so they got a pick, right? And what they did is they made you stand in 3 rows, and then they ask each student, everyone, to start to blow, like, and then they would just pick randomly. And somehow they just picked me, and they didn't pick my friend and other classmates of mine. And I just made it sound like I was the only one. No, many of my classmates were there. Just several were not picked, and many were picked, and I was one of those picked. Luckily or unluckily, because I ended up hating the band, and I didn't hate the instrument. I hated the whole band. I hated everybody there. I hated the routine. I hated going there. I mean, not like literally hated, but it just felt like I really didn't care about it anymore. And I didn't like the clarinet. Like, I don't hate it, but I didn't like it. And of course, I completely forgotten how to play it now. Like, I haven't touched it for like 13 years, you can say. I don't know if it's 13 years or less, because I don't remember the last time I played it. But I don't know how many years we played it. I don't remember. Maybe 1 or 2 years, because I think as soon as we got into high school, they got new students there, because in high school we were supposed to focus, which was a big relief for me. I'd rather stay in the classroom than going there, because I hated those people. I hated them. Those students there. I hated them. And yeah, that was such a big relief. We never needed to go there again. So I learned to play the clarinet, quite some tunes, and played in the band. And the funny thing is, I remember. So I remember the furious thing was that they once in summer vacation, I think, everybody was at home, right? And then they asked everybody that were in the band to go back to school during summer vacation to rehearse all those tunes, to learn. I don't remember if I was angry, but that's what we did during that summer vacation. The school was empty. The campus was empty except for us. Oh man, I think I don't remember how I felt about it. Maybe not too badly. And the funny thing is, one day, me and a roommate, we were late for the rehearsal, but they didn't notice. And we could hear the music from the dorm, and it sounded off tune. It sounded off key. That was so horrible. It sounded so horrible from where we are. When you were in the band, you can never hear if it's off key. So it was off key the whole time, definitely, but we could only hear it when we were far away, and that was just awful and funny. It was interesting because there were like 3 teachers. I don't know why they couldn't hear it. Maybe also because they were inside the band. They couldn't hear how the whole band sounded. You gotta stand far away from it to hear it. You gotta stand at least 10 meters away, I think, or more, to hear it. And the teachers, unfortunately, they always would stand in the middle of the band and tutoring every one of us. Actually, the teachers, they were nice. And one of them, they had long hair. And having long hair as a male is kind of a rare thing in my country, which is very bizarre. So, we nicknamed him Long Hair Monster. Long Hair Beast. They would just call him Long Hair Beast, but I was a respectful student. I never used any nicknames that they gave to the teachers. I never, one of our teachers, the head teacher of our class, he had a butt chin. I remember when he got him butt head. Also because he had exceptionally short hair. He just was so obsessed with cutting his hair short, because that was also the requirement for the male students in the school, because they wanted us to focus on the studies, so they don't allow you to do things that would distract you. So they asked the male students to sometimes, not, this was not strict, like, thankfully, but at least in middle school they asked the male students to cut their hair very short, to not allow them to keep long hair. So, but this requirement doesn't apply to teachers, obviously, but I think this teacher wanted to be a role model or something. He just kept his hair so short, and so you could see clearly his head, and his head unfortunately also kind of looked like a butt, just like his chin. So he got his nickname Butt Chin. And oh my god, when I was a student, when I was young, not exactly when I was a student, because I told you after I was 16 everything changed. But before that, I was religiously respectful. Even after I was 16, I insist on being respectful to the teachers. I was sort of I don't know, I was like, I don't know why I was like that. Today I'm a complete if I'm just exactly the same person actually as when I was 16. Maybe not exactly the same, but I feel pretty much the same, but I'm just holding on to different things. But back then, even after I was 16, I insist on condemning people classmates who would curse. People would curse in class after, between, when it's break time. They just chat, and then sometimes they curse. And when I hear somebody curse, I would just condemn them. I would just point fingers at them and ask them not to curse, blah, 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 where I would just look down upon them. And I myself would never curse and would never use the nicknames for the teachers. I would always call them Mr. Even during when they're not around. I never used their nicknames. Never even once. Even though I hated I probably didn't hate them then, but now when I look back, those teachers are motherfuckers. They do not qualify for being like most teachers in the world do not qualify for being teachers. Same as parents. Most parents do not deserve their children. Most teachers do not deserve to be a teacher. They are suckers. They do not know how to be a teacher. Even I am someone that never would become a teacher. I don't resonate with that. I know what a good teacher should be like, maybe because I have been a student for long enough to know, and I have heard of stories from far away, stories from other people's life experience of amazing, true, great teachers that actually care about you, that are not just, let's just not talk about those things. But, yeah, I didn't like those teachers, including the teachers that liked me. I didn't like them. I don't like any of them. Although I may be grateful. Should we start to talk about this teacher? Or should we move on the... what was I talking about? Oh, I was talking about the nickname. Okay, let's just continue to talk about the band. And the clarinet was the first instrument that I have ever learned. And then... let me think of anything funny. Anything else funny? No. I think no. But I kind of really liked these two. I think there were just two teachers of the band. The long hair monster was the worst one. The other one was the nicer one. I liked him better. He was like I think he was a good teacher, but because we barely spent time together, because most of the time it was a different person would be there. Because they are okay. There was another person. Actually, for the clarinet, there was a different teacher for the clarinet. That was a younger one. These two ones I mentioned, they were the older one. This one was a younger one. And yeah, he was teaching us clarinet. But I think the clarinet, how well you can play it highly depends on how good your clarinet is. Because the clarinet, you don't know it. It's an instrument. It's something. It has a chip. You have to play it. Like the mouthpiece consists of a removable chip that you gotta replace every now and then because it gets soaked in your saliva and it becomes stinky and it will not be playable. Maybe after a while, you gotta change it every now and then. And this thing about the clarinet makes it. I don't know what about the clarinets, but I just feel like those, like we were a little squad, right? About 13 or 10 people, 10 of, I think we're 13 or 10 of us playing the clarinets, and some of them, 2-3 of them played it so well. Like they sounded so well. Like they could blow every note clear and just bright, clear. But I couldn't do it with my clarinet. It was always breathy. It was always airy. I know it was I also knew that it was their clarinets that were better. I know it because I think once I used one of theirs because for whatever reason, I think I tried one of theirs, and it was just so easy to blow, but mine was just not. That was a reason they were better than us, but because I didn't give a shit about this, so it didn't really care. It wasn't really important, but I think it would be so much nicer than my experience with the clarinet had I got a better clarinet. But they were all professional instruments, maybe because they were all old, because many like mine or. It was so loose, right? I don't know how many years they've used these, but they didn't look old. In fact, they were not broken. They did, at least they didn't look broken. I was not professional. I was new to everything. I couldn't tell you if they were still okay to use. In fact, right now I'm gonna brush my teeth, or maybe I'm gonna eat without brushing my teeth. And I'll brush my teeth later because you can do that. In fact, it's healthy. You think you have to brush your teeth before you eat. In fact, I just woke up today. It's 2 days later right now after the last... It's 2 days later after the last part of the video. Right now I'm gonna eat because I'm hungry. Oh my god, it feels terrible to eat without brushing your teeth. Even though I used to do it. But it's actually a good thing. Or it isn't worse than brushing your teeth first. In fact, sometimes it's actually better to eat before you brush your teeth in the morning. But the important thing is you gotta brush your teeth at least 30 minutes after you've eaten. You can Google why. I know why, and I don't know how to explain it. Why it's actually better to eat first, because if you brush your teeth first and then you eat, what's the point of brushing? I mean, there is the point of brushing your teeth actually, because I googled that too. So it's actually better to eat your breakfast before brushing your teeth, so that after you brushed your teeth stay clean. Even though I don't give a shit. I do give a shit because my teeth, unfortunately, are prone to cavities. Is that how you call them? Holes, meaning they're called like bug teeth in my mother language. It's called bug teeth. It's kind of cute, right? Like when you have a cavity or a hole in your teeth or a black stuff, it's called a bug teeth, meaning a bug is eaten. The bugs have eaten through your teeth. Because it does seem so, right? The little bugs you can't see in your mouth. They eat. I think that's so cute too. I'm eating this cake. It's sugarless. It's only used sweetener, which makes it taste kind of bad. In fact, I don't know why. Normally it wouldn't, but this one, I don't know why it tastes a little bitter, which is just terrible. But it isn't too bad. It's got a bug tooth. So I gotta pay attention to my teeth, and I do really pay attention. I pay minimum attention. Need necessary, which is still a lot of attention. It's literally all about your DNA. It's in your genes whether or not you're easy to get. It's easy for you to get bug teeth or not. It's in your genes. Some people, they never brush their teeth. They never get bug teeth. I have got my teeth. Like I've got teeth fillings for, I don't know, at least 10 teeth of mine. Probably more than that. Probably a little bit more than 10 have been filled before. And I got one tooth canal done. It's funny because I was so silly when I was in middle school. You won't believe this. It's so funny to death. Is that I thought I would keep a candy in my mouth as I went to sleep, because I thought if I just kept the candy on my tongue, it wouldn't touch my teeth, so my teeth would be fine. So I would just hold a candy on my tongue as I slept. I did it. I didn't do it every single day, but probably some days in a row. And I got a big hole in my teeth. And that's also the tooth that got the root canal done. It's so funny. I think I had a lot of things done with my teeth growing up, because I also have worn braces once. Well, you only wear it once, yes. And I got 4 of my teeth removed. In fact, I think I can probably remove 2 more. I just feel like I have too many teeth. Yeah, I did have too many teeth. They had to remove 4 ones. Because my teeth, I don't know why. Why would somebody have too many teeth? Doesn't your DNA know how many teeth you should have? Why was I having too many teeth? But I was having too many teeth, and I think I can actually remove 2 more teeth. But I think you only remove it in a way that is a symmetrical. How do you pronounce that word? How do you say that word? Symmetrical. Yeah, symmetrical. Is it right? So if you have to remove, you cannot remove 2 teeth. You can only remove them in 4s, because they have to be symmetrical, both horizontally and vertically. If you want to remove one teeth, you want to remove the other one horizontally, symmetrical to it. Am I expressing it correctly? And also the other one that is right under it, and the one you got the idea, but I don't know if it's right. I don't know if you can actually just remove 2. Because I just feel I still have too many teeth. I can still remove 2. I just feel they're still crowded. But now I got teeth that look very neat. And I think they look nice. I think they look healthy too, because I pay attention to them. I don't know. But I have met this guy. Oh my god, for fuck's sake. He's 40 years old and he only brushes his teeth 30 seconds each time. And he showed me his teeth. I didn't see anything. And he would just smoke and drink a lot of coffee. And his teeth weren't even colored. I think they were the same color of mine. I never smoke or drink coffee. I hate coffee. And by the way, what were we talking about? We were talking about the band. What am I talking about? I was eating because I started to eat. And I'm just gonna wait for 30 or an hour before I brush my teeth. But I certainly am gonna eat again because I'm not full. I just ate just to not be hungry as I'm talking to you. When I'm hungry, I can't really function. I think that's the same for everybody, isn't it? When I'm hungry, I just become a little grumpy. I just don't, and I cannot control it. It's out of control. Not that I can just, I become a little bit of anxious and grumpy when I'm hungry. And sometimes I don't even realize it's because I'm hungry. I just would feel this feeling of anxiety or just irritation, and then I realize it's because my stomach's empty. Am I hungry? Actually, am I still hungry? Maybe. Just gonna pause for a while. Let's just be quiet for a sec. I just feel this pressure of speaking as long as I keep recording, because I feel like if I stop talking, like you'd be gone. You wouldn't watch the video anymore. I have to keep talking to keep you here. But it isn't true because there's nobody here. Nobody's watching this video. I'm joking. I know somebody's gonna watch this video. If not when I'm alive or after when I'm dead. Let's see, what do I eat? I tell you what I have in my cupboard. I have a box of those cakes that are sugarless, very healthy. And I have some sausages for hot pot. You can eat them directly, but they'd be best to be cooked, boiled. I tried to fry them and they were disastrous. And I have some century eggs and spaghetti and snail noodles. They all take a long time to cook, and I don't want to have the century eggs. In fact, I can, but I normally have them with rice. I don't want to cook right now because I want to just be full. Well, I have one thing. The same thing, I don't know if I deleted that video. But this rice cake, let me show you. We can cook it. It's very easy to cook. You just need to boil it. Okay, I don't brush my teeth for one morning, right? I'm gonna brush it after I'm full. I won't brush it when I'm still hungry, apparently. First thing I'm doing is unknotting my dustbin bag. So you use a plastic bag onto a dustbin, in a dustbin, right? I would just knot it up so that no bugs can come out of it or into it. Sometimes the bugs, they do grow. I don't know where they come from, but they just, sometimes I open, when I would just use a lid over my dustbin. In fact, when I eat a rice cake, I don't want to be filming, because last time I was filming, I was totally distracted. I wasn't enjoying the rice cake at all, so I don't know if it's a good idea if I'm eating a rice cake right now. This is really delicious. I really care about this food. It's from my hometown. Look, it's rice cake. Do you know what it's like? What it tastes like? And I didn't know that it actually can be frozen. It's really hard to cut. It can be eaten in many different ways. You can fry it, you can boil it, you can grill it without oil. Oil is grilling. That's normally how it's done, but that's my least favorite way of eating. My favorite way is just boiling it. The second favorite is frying it, but it actually depends on my mood. Sometimes I prefer to stir fry it. Sometimes just, I think most of the time I like to just boil it. It's also easy. Should I boil it or should I actually? I want to get another one. This one is done, finished. They come in 1 kilogram each, which is a shame because it's kind of hard to preserve. They easily get mold because of the moisture there. First of all, it's cooked food. You can literally eat it directly, but it would taste absolutely terrible because it's made of cooked rice, right? You can't even tell. That's why it's called a rice cake, because it's made of rice. It's made of cooked rice. So it has a lot of moisture in it, even if it looks completely dry. But it's very, very wet food, which is so funny. That's why it gets mold so damn easily. You gotta eat it, really. You probably can't even put it in the fridge for 2 days. So I froze it because I didn't know you could freeze it. I asked ChatGPT and that's it. Yes, I can freeze them. I think these probably would be enough for me, but this is too small for one meal. But these would be enough for one meal. What am I supposed to do with? That's why I said it's just awful. They come in 1 kilogram each, and you can't finish them if you live alone. When I was living with my family, it was just never like this. You can just eat it all. Actually, these ones are much easier to cut for some reason. I remember the ones I used to cut, maybe because I was a kid, I don't know. I was not a kid, technically, I was a teenager. I mean, I don't look any different than I was a teenager. Like my arms are thicker. When I was 16, I was already as tall as I am today. But I think that was when I was still in middle school, maybe. Yes, exactly. So I was probably 14. That was when I was smaller. I was about probably 20 centimeters shorter. I don't remember exactly. And then I certainly would be weaker than I am today. But I think I don't think I'm just taller today. Oh my god, it's so easy to cut. Is it because it had been frozen? Look how easy. I'm not even trying. It just is like, oh my god, it's because it's been frozen. I hope it's still good. It looks like dried bread, which is very interesting. Look at it. Oh my god, I hope it's still good. Damn it, AI. If you told me I could freeze it and then it ended up not. When it's not frozen, when it's not, like, I mean, it isn't frozen right now because I defrosted overnight and put it in the fridge. But I had frozen it. And, oh my god, it's so easy to cut. That was just so weird. That's never my experience with this food. So that's why I'm really surprised. Right now I'm adding some water. I'm gonna use the other pot to see, and I'm gonna see if it's available right now. Are you available right now? Are you free right now? It has the rice from About 2 days ago. I didn't finish it because I was trying something new. I was, normally I would eat duck egg, a salted duck egg, and century eggs, even though they both are duck eggs. I only learned it yesterday, I think. I thought the century eggs were chicken eggs, but they're also duck eggs. But I'm silly because the century eggs, they're big and they have like a blue-green colored shell, just like duck eggs. I should have known they were duck eggs, but I didn't know it all along. I thought they were chicken eggs. They're duck eggs too, but I would only eat them separately. I wouldn't never eat them together, but the day before yesterday I decided to try them together because I have them both. And I found this recipe. Of course, I always check if there's a recipe existing already for something. I wouldn't invent something myself because I never succeed. Always a disaster when I try to invent something from scratch, complete myself, not based on anything. But if I invent something based on an existing recipe, that would be like my own variation, my own tweak of the recipe. That would make it more adapted to my personal taste. It would always be successful. Not always, but most of the time successful. So right now I'm just washing this pot so that I can free it to cook my rice cakes. I don't like to call things that are not sweet cakes. But in English, you call many things cakes, even though they aren't desserts. It's confusing. I don't like that. Is there a different way to name it? Let me just call it. Well, they are called. Actually, they're called rice blocks, rice chunks, rice blocks. Rice chunks in my language. So let me just call it that. Rice chunks. This is kind of weird too. It is made of rice, but it's so much tastier than rice somehow. It's just weird, right? It's really weird to think about cooked rice. It doesn't taste as good as this. Why does this taste so good? It's just made of cooked rice. Maybe because I'm not eating it every single day. Every single meal. I eat rice, but I don't eat this every single meal. Very easy to cook. Just boil the water and then throw the rice blocks in and wait for just a minute. You don't want to overcook it. And oh my god, I forgot to put this back into the fridge. Hell. This is my chili oil. I forgot to put it back in the fridge. Damn it. I hope it's good. I think it's good. It's made of oil anyway. Did I just take it out or I think I forgot. This doesn't feel cold. I really want to brush my teeth right now. It wouldn't make any sense. It wouldn't do any good to my teeth. They don't look like this, let me tell you. Normally, they're not like this chippy. They're nice, flat chunks. Only because I've frozen them. Because they kind of dried up. I don't know why. They kind of like look like this right now. And they never look like that. They normally look smooth and nice. Turn down the water, otherwise this bitch is gonna spill water everywhere. turn down the stove. This pot, the thing I hate and love about it is how fast it heats, and also how fucking easy it just ruins my food. Because of how fast it heats, because it's very thin. It's so scary. I was using it to heat up some oil, and then I was just waiting for the pot to get heated first. I was even using it on low fire, and then just in 30 seconds, it started to turn blue. That was just scary. Literally, I saw a spark, a fire spark. That was just scary. Holy cow. The little tiger this pot is. I feel like every object has a personality. Let me tell you about it. It's gonna be so interesting. For example, this pot is has this personality it's just kind of like I already told you. And then let me tell you about this knife. I have been using it. All my knives are very, very friendly because of how blunt they are. I can literally cut my finger like this. It won't hurt at all. It will never break my skin because of how blunt it is. I've been using it like with all my knives I've used. I never sharpen them. Especially right now, I don't need to sharpen them anymore. I never use them to cut meats, just vegetables. So even though they're not hard to use for me, except for when cutting onions. You know, when cutting onions, you cannot. It's the shorter time it takes, the better. Because the longer it takes, the more you are actually crushing the onion, and that's how you get your eyes completely fucked up. So, don't know. This is my first time cooking frozen ice cakes. I don't know if I'm just gonna turn it off right now and try it out. My chopsticks from yesterday, not washed, but because they're from yesterday, so they're safe to use, according to my opinion and experience. But fuck, look at those. They do not look normal. They look like bread soaked in water. I don't like that. Fuck it. Shit. Fucking AI. Hate you. Why did you tell me that I could put it in the fridge? It never says something about the texture change. Normally, it would always tell me if something else would happen as a consequence. Would it always tell you about the consequence? But this time, it didn't say anything about the texture change. So I thought I could totally freeze them without worrying about anything at all. Because AI didn't warn me, because they always warn you. They're fucking paranoid. They always warn you of things. This time they didn't. I'm adding 2 spoons of beautiful chili oils. Maybe just 1 spoon is enough. A big spoon. And then vinegar. And then soy sauce, obviously. And then the magic powder. Magic super magic super secret talking about. If you're smart. Just kidding. If you use it too, you know immediately what it is. And once you use it, you can never live without it anymore. Except for some dishes. I think I'm gonna add some green onions like last time. Because you always eat it with green onions. But these green onions, again, they are frozen. So I don't know if they would perform just as well. Also, they're large green onions. I really love small green onions. In my hometown, large green onions do not exist. I never knew green onions could be this large before I moved here. I never knew green onions could be large. And that's exactly what... Oh, no. Large green onions in my hometown are just as big as... They're not thicker than your fingers. Never. But here, oh my god. They could be thicker than your thumb, 2 thumbs together. I'm done. That's basically it. Is there anything else I needed to add? For non-vegan, you add some pork sauce. I know how to make it, I think. Maybe not. Pork sauce, basically ground pork. I think I'm gonna pause speaking for a while. I just feel really tired. I'll just enjoy my meal and then go brush my hair. And then maybe my teeth later. I might add some garlic into it. Which is not how you do it in my hometown. You don't add garlic into it. Like raw garlic. Never. But that's how I've developed in my life. My relationship. Like in my hometown, you don't eat garlic the way I do. Which I've learned in a different city. And I just fell in love with it. That's where I fell in love with garlic. I mean raw, intense raw garlic. Like I would eat it with completely raw. You know, holding a garlic in one hand while eating food and biting onto the garlic. Really raw. You can't even imagine that. I tried it again the day before yesterday, maybe. I didn't like it anymore. Right now, these days, I like the garlic chopped up. Because when they're whole and raw, just really, it's more like so spicy. It's kind of bitter. Don't like bitterness. So chop them all up and then throw them into the food. Or my favorite, which you would love too, if you don't hate garlic. If you kind of like garlic, you would love this. Just chop it all up, completely finely chopped garlic. And then you cook it at a middle fire for until it's hot. And then you turn off the fire and then throw in the garlic and stir it Like you have to make sure that the oil is hot, right? So the garlic would cook, like would make the drizzling sound, that beautiful sound. And you gotta remove it from fire immediately, almost immediately, depending on how hot your oil is. The point is that the garlic is only cooked once for a few seconds, completely undercooked, and that's when it's the most beautiful. That smell, I cannot even have it. I can't even smell it. It drives me crazy. It's like a drug. Like even if I'm not hungry, if I smell it, I would be hungry. I'd be wanting it. Holy cow! Right now I'm shouting some garlic. So I store my garlic in. I think I'm the garlic king. I eat garlic in every single meal. Why wouldn't anyone? It's so important. It is so good for you. And it protects you too against the vampires. Even though they've never bothered me. I've never seen them. As you can imagine, because I'm the garlic king. The vampires would not bother to try to approach the garlic king. Obviously. I do not need to hang a garlic necklace on my neck. That's how you do it, right? Because garlic's in my blood. They literally, that's what I've read. The reason why your breath smells after eating garlic, you think it's because it's in your mouth, because you've eaten it, because you have it in your stomach. It's coming out of you that way. But the truth is, what I've learned from AI again is, or search engine, because I use it as a search engine, it's much more convenient, is that the thing, I don't know what's called in English, from the garlic that's causing us, creating the smell, gets into your blood, gets absorbed into your blood, into your respiratory system. I don't know, I have talked about it in a different video, but I didn't know, but I no longer remember if I deleted the video or uploaded it, so I'm just talking about it all over again. So it's literally in your lung. So if you spray, let's say, a breath refreshing spray into your mouth, it doesn't work because it's in your lung. It comes out of your nose probably too. The only way to combat it is to drink a lot of milk when you eat garlic, but nobody's gonna do that. Nobody drinks milk when you eat garlic. What the hell does it and the second thing you can do, but I think it probably isn't effective, is to drink a lot of water with a huge amount of lemon juice in it, which is sounds much better, right? I can even do it when I'm eating the garlic, because it sounds like a very nice drink to have. You can add some sweeteners in it to make it really nice, just very sour. Alright, I'm gonna have my meal. Goodbye. So I'm back again after 2 seconds, because I thought of something interesting. That is, of course, you would think, of course, that I would be interested, I'd be intrigued by anything that has anything to do with garlic. That's from different countries, right? Different cultures, their food, anything with garlic. I would want to try it. So of course I tried. When I saw garlic butter bread, I mean that looks so attractive. The image of it in my mind. So I got one, And it was great, yes. Very garlicky, very, 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 very satisfyingly garlicky. But the butter was so thick. Jesus, it was so thick. I had the bread. I think I just had it, and then it was just, I didn't finish it because it was a huge one. But I just had maybe more than half of it, and I just felt sick because of the butter. You know, when you eat something fatty, you just feel really bad after. If you have a normal amount of it, you have to have a small amount of it. It was just because butter was nothing. It's nothing but fat. So, and it was thick butter on the bread, and I just felt, oh my god, this sick. Also, I just don't feel like having it again. The butter, the garlic bread, I don't feel like having it again. If you do anything garlicky, let me know. But the thing is, I'm not I think my favorite thing above all is just sausages. I like sausages more than garlic. Any sausage, anything that is any type of sausage would intrigue me. I have tried all sorts of sausages in all different forms, and I just feel like I like them all. So I'm a bit interested in any sausage type of food, if you know any. I think I've tried. I think I'm more interested in that than garlic, and I don't think I would like garlic flavored sausage because I think garlic and meat, they don't go together. Yeah, garlic could go well with carbs and vegetables, but not with meat. I don't like, nor not even with eggs. I don't even put garlic in my eggs. But I'm not really a meat person anymore, I think. There's a barbecue stand just downstairs. And then they sell grilled lamb, which is literally my favorite meat. Favorite meat food. Oh my god. But I haven't even tried it yet. Well, not because I don't want to. Maybe because they literally hand raw, like a gigantic piece of lamb hanging in there to show you that they use fresh lamb meat. But it was a little bit horrifying to look at. It really kind of was repulsive. So I haven't tried it yet. Also because I really don't eat meat a lot. Eating less meat than 90% of people on the planet. I don't know if that's true. I think most people are not meat avoiders in the world, right? I don't know how many are vegans, vegetarians. I definitely eat more meat than vegans and vegetarians, obviously. I don't know about average people. Oh, one other thing I add to my food, which I don't recommend, because you cannot, once you do it, you won't be able to live without it anymore. That is sweetener or sugar. Normally I use sugar, but because I avoid sugar, so I use sweetener to replace sugar. To add to, I don't mean like my food doesn't taste sweet. Maybe it will, because I just feel like as you use it, you just start to add more and more and more of it every time. Somehow, I'm adding more than ever. I don't know if it's true. And I can actually notice that my food starts to taste sweet. But I'm using this very healthy sweetener, so I'm not worried about it. And also, because it's a sweetener, it's really not as sweet as sugar. So you normally need a huge amount of it. Like 2 spoons, a big giant spoon of it. I have not finished my meal, but it doesn't really taste very, very nice. I think I can talk as I'm eating. Or maybe I'll finish actually. Oh, by the way, I haven't showed you. This is what it looks like. Kind of spicy, but not really. My level of spiciness. My level of spiciness of my diet has dropped somehow, like secretly. I used to not be able to eat without some heat in my food. But now I literally, I think most of the time I don't even add spicy to my food anymore. Not consciously anymore. Like I used to would always need to add some spicy into my food. So like now I feel like it dropped, so that even today, even a small amount of spiciness would make me feel hot. Whereas in the past I could just eat so much without, I have to have it spicy, very spicy to be able to feel it. But nowadays it's different. Even this little amount of chili oil, I mean it's actually a huge amount, but not really a lot, because I'm not someone that doesn't eat spicy at all. I know people that normally they don't have it as a part of their diet. This would be very spicy to them, which is, they're a very small amount of people, I think. Most people can tolerate this, or think this isn't spicy at all. I have a question. I often find this kind of questions. That is, I wonder if people that are really similar, like people that are really like-minded, two people that are like-minded, do they actually share their favorite foods? And if two people that actually hate each other's favorite food, would they get along? Like, would they actually absolutely wouldn't get along? That's my question. I think it's a very interesting one. And there's a different question I asked. Do people who have similar faces have similar life paths as well? Or similar things in common? But I don't know if there's any scientific research done on this. I have never met anyone that looks like me in my life, apparently. I have only met someone, okay, this person, his least favorite two foods are garlic and vinegar. And that was my two favorite when I was in Italy, because the Italian vinegar is famous. And then, well, I normally don't like famous foods, but this one was really good. I happen to like vinegar back then more than I do today. Maybe also because the vinegar I bought there, really, really good. And I literally lived in that city where that vinegar was made and born. And their vinegar is made of grapes. Oh my god, that was so great. You could literally drink it because it was thick and sweet. It was really nice. I would sometimes drink it, but it was too sour. I could only sip it. It was really thick as well as black. Right now, today I use white vinegar. White vinegar has no smell other than sourness. I like to eat with the spoon because that feels like I'm a baby. I wanted to tell you, I think there was something else I was gonna say. There's so many things in my mind at the same time. I can only focus on one, and the other one's just slip away. Slips away. I wanted to tell you, actually, the orchestra band, had more people than I recalled. It had about 13, I think, of us clarinet players, and then about 9 saxophone players. 10 or 9, so it was already 22. And then there were about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 5 percussion. That is already 27. And then about 4, what is that thing called? And I can't name every instrument in English. That thing that's like a trumpet player. A long trumpet player. Oh, actually, there were short and long ones. Oh, I think maybe 2, 3 short ones and two long ones. So about 5 of them, again. In total now 32, about 32 already. I think that was, and then flute. About 4 or 5 flute players. So then 37. I think that was it. Is anything else I'm missing? I think this is all. Yeah, that was all. It's about 37 of us. About 40 of us. Okay, let's move on. I can't think of anything else to talk about. This band. But we would dress up, in that uniform with long boots. Because, the school uniforms, very ugly and made ugly on purpose so that we would focus on study, right? So literally anything other than that would look pretty to us. So that uniform was pretty to us. Had a short upper coat and a dress. Actually, if you ask me today, it looks very ugly with a long hat, like a cook's hat, white. I actually don't remember that clearly. I think it was heavy too. It was white, and our coat was blue, I think, or black, and the dress was white. Was it a skirt, or it was long enough to be dress? Actually, it was covering right above the knee. And it was straight. It had no curves whatsoever. Had no, what do you call those things? Like this. Is it a curve? Like the dresses would. But the skirt was literally straight with no curves, no wrinkles. Straight. How do you call those? And it had long boots covering the entire calves. Right under the knees, so only our knees were shown actually, and a little bit above the knee, a little bit of thigh. And yeah, I think that looked actually pretty to everybody else because, like I said, everybody was forced to wear uniforms, school uniforms from Monday to Wednesday, and then your own clothes the rest of the week, which was nice of them, humane enough. Of the teachers and head teachers to have that rule. I believe in other cities other parts of the country, you probably were asked to wear a school uniform literally every single day. But in my school, I think I kind of like this school compared to all the other perverted schools I've heard of. I'm so hot. I'm gonna take off my. Oh my god, it's hot today. It's December, and I can be shirtless indoors. That is just ridiculous. But let me tell you, it's not hot today. You don't know what's hot. You have no idea. You don't live in the city where you can be shirtless indoors in December. I'm really scared that you would judge me for my eating sounds because I've heard many people hate human eating sounds. Apparently, I don't get along with those people because I watch ASMR. Why did this sound so funny? Because I'm like the entire opposite. I should feel safe because those people are not gonna get attracted to my video. I don't mean not attracted to my sounds, by my eating sounds, but literally the vibe, our frequencies. I don't know other words, even I don't like to use this, but this is the only available vocabulary that I know to make sense of it, is that my frequency doesn't attract those people with that frequency who dislike eating sounds of others. I never had this problem. I would dislike the sounds that someone makes, every sound that person makes, if I don't like that person. I wouldn't like anything about them, everything about them, like my mother, for example. But I still have this fear is quite persistent that you might be hating me for my eating sounds. I hate the word manners or ethic. Literally, people that follow these dogma, they're not religious dogmas. They're normie dogmas. So you gotta keep your elbows off the table or eat with your mouth closed. There's all these fucking rules for nothing. Just for what? For nothing. I hate those things. I only do things if they're meaningful. If they're shallow or if they're just meaningless, I wouldn't do it. For example, I would only clean my room when it's dirty. Not like people with a routine. They would clean the room every single day before at the end of the day. It's their routine. But I wouldn't do it because I can't. Not that I choose not to do it, but I just can't find myself doing things that are just not meaningful if the floor isn't dirty enough. But maybe it is dirty for them. At the end of the day, maybe it's in their mind. It's always dirty as long as it's not clean. But it's not for me. Like, I had to see that it's actually dirty. It just, maybe I have a much healthier level of tolerance when it comes to hygiene. Much lower stress level related to hygiene. Sounds I don't like, snoring sounds. When I sleep, any sound, I'm a grumpy sleeper. If I get woken up, I really hate you. You cannot wake me up for something good. For if it's not something good. Like those wake up pranks, I think I mentioned. I mentioned one in my previous video that made me laugh to death. If somebody plays that on me, oh my god, I hate them for life.
Like, I'm eating. I don't know if I should talk about it because it really makes me laugh, but I think it wouldn't anymore because I've really laughed over and over it. Basically, this this guy was sleeping in bed, and then his son, like an adult son or a teenager, I don't know, adult enough son, brought in a large speaker to put it on the bed. His dad was sleeping very soundly. Didn't know what was going on. And then the son said 3, 2, 1 and turned on the speaker. It was so loud. It was boom. And then the dad literally jumped. It was just so funny. The first time I watched it was so funny to death. I love these pranks where people get spooked, get like they would use a trumpet, for example. What do you call those? Like a trumpet. You squeeze it and they would bah. It would be really loud, like a car trumpet sound, but it's like something. It's portable. And then they would prank either passerbys or their family. Little clips of videos. They were just so funny when they get startled. They would jump. Just so funny when people get startled. But I hate to be startled myself. I hate the feeling, the rush of the fear. Probably because I experienced that enough in my life. I don't need extra. But when I was in high school, those guys in my class, they would love to startle me. Especially the more you dislike it, the more they want to do it on you. I don't know, maybe they like the attention. Sometimes they would just hide behind. And whenever they got a chance, but thankfully it didn't happen every day. It didn't happen even very often. But quite regularly they would just hide behind the door and just startle me, maybe because I'm a sensitive person. You gotta be also sensitive enough to startle. Not everybody can get startled. Even if you hide behind the door to startle them, then they do get startled, but there is no reaction coming from them if they're not really sensitive people or expressive people. But I was both. So when you startle me, I always scream. I like, ah! And then they loved it. Every time I would just scope them, and I know it was a joke. Yeah, actually, literally, some people, when they get startled, they're not verbal. They just suddenly turn, look at you. But me, like, I literally, I always will yell or scream. Just so funny. My favorite is not verbal. My favorite is when they jump. In those clips, they would jump and they would throw away whatever they were holding. Like they might be holding some groceries. They would just completely drop it or just throw it, literally throw it in the air. That's just so funny. My favorite is the jump. They would just suddenly jump. It's just so funny. Maybe that's what made the dad, sleeping dad, so funny, because he was sleeping. It was impossible for him to jump, but he jumped. It's so funny. He literally levitated from the bed. Anyway, let's continue to talk about my next instrument. I still remember the main theme of the video. The next, we just finished talking about the first, and there's 9 more to go. But only the first one was the longest one, because it was not a personal, I mean, it was a personal choice because it had other people involved. So, and I was sort of forced to do it. The second was totally my choice. I don't know how I got it, but I wanted to play the guitar. I don't know where I learned it from. What attracted me? Which was a terrible decision because, well, it wasn't in the beginning. And it wasn't later. It was only after I quit I realized the guitar wasn't for me. But in the beginning, I was literally learning it. Every single day I would do it for half an hour. I would just strictly, by discipline, I would just ask myself to do the exercise. Like, how do you call those? What are they called in English? I don't know the name. You just that's to practice the flexibility of your fingers and to enlarge the gaps between your fingers so that they can reach further. And that was just a boring and a very ugly sounding practice. I can do it right now with my ukulele to show you. I thought that was like mandatory because everybody was saying it's mandatory to do. Everybody does it. All the guitarists, even the greatest ones, they still do it every single day. But I don't really know. So this, I don't know what it's called, and it sounds awful. It sounds as boring as the exercise itself. And I would just make myself do it for half an hour every day because that's what I was told by the videos I watched and the books. The book I was reading, I was learning from. It looked like a fantastic book. It was called Learn Guitar by Yourself in 30 Days. And I heard that, I think I read it was popular, so it was a good book. And I think it was. It taught me some songs. But really, I don't even remember how long I learned the guitar for. It could be literally for half a year, but I felt like if I had learned it for half a year, I should at least be able to play more than the songs that I can remember. Maybe because the guitar was literally much more complicated than the ukulele, because the ukulele in 6 months I have learned so many different tunes. Maybe also because really now I'm not like who I was back then. I would just listen to the authorities outside of me and I would just follow what they would ask you to do. So I would just, maybe that was because that's why it was ineffective. Because today I don't do that shit. I don't do that practice at all. And I have learned so many songs. I don't even know how many. Well, I can't say I've learned them because I know I didn't learn them. I can play them. That's it. I can play so many songs. That's the right way to say it. But I haven't learned any of them. Like I can't play them. I can read the music. I can play them, and I think I'm satisfied with what I'm doing with it. Just a little hobby. The world. Let's not talk about the world. Okay, just move on. So that's actually a second story. The guitar was a second story, actually, and it's a very interesting story. It's about exactly at the pivotal point in my life when I was 16. I felt this urge to get into the world of art. First, I wanted to become an actor. Apparently, it didn't work because you gotta be physically attractive in order to be an actor, and I wasn't. And so there was just it was just like something that couldn't do, at least in my country. And I think I'm glad. I wouldn't want to be an actor in my country, because in my country, I don't know if it's worldwide true, but I think I don't want to be an actor in this world, I guess, for the reason I just said. I don't want to. This is a ridiculous world where appearance actually matters, and not just matters, but is completely taken for granted. The fact that it matters so much that only the most attractive people are used as main protagonists in every single narrative story. No matter books or movies, books better, movies that are visual, they always only use attractive looking actors as the main protagonists. You can just by that alone, you can tell when watching a movie which one is the main character at the beginning of the movie. You can just, or as a new character enters the movie, you would be able to tell whether or not this is a leading character or not, just by looking at their level of attractiveness. And it always works. And that is just the most disgusting possible thing about this world, or one of the most disgusting things in the world. In the whole universe, in the whole scale of existence, I can't think of something more absurd than this, and how the fact that it is taken completely for granted. Nobody seems to be voicing about it. Nobody seems to be talking about it at all. You don't see people making videos complaining why we're still doing this. People are still at the stage where it's taken for granted. That is even this. That's the level of absurd level of absurdity. Okay, let's talk about it. So, and then that didn't work, and suddenly I felt, okay, then I want to study music. Not because the first one didn't work, but just because I literally felt like I wanted to study music. I felt like it's just a very vague feeling. I felt like I wanted to study music. And then somehow it worked out in a way that the school, let me first tell you what situation I was in. I entered high school, which was a crucial stage, the most crucial stage of your whole life of education, because that's where you, because that decides which university you go to, right? At least in this country, this is super, super important. And because I was a fantastic student, there were classes. I was in, you can call it a top class, with just 20 people. A normal average class in my country would consist of about at least 40 people. Normally, I don't actually know, because let me just tell you how many people there were in my middle school. About 60 plus people. And some schools, elementary schools, each class could have 200. I don't know if I think it's true, like 200 people. And that sounds like a huge, maybe not that many. Normally just 60, that's a huge class. And a 20 people class was just exclusively small, because we were all, you could say, good students, and I was one of the good ones in the class. I wouldn't say the top. I wasn't the top ones. I was only a top student in English, and maybe in literature, or grammar, or I don't know how to call it, language. Let's just call it a language. The language I was learning, and I would say the math, high school math, wasn't hard. Most part of it. There was just about 20% of it that was hard. So I think my math was great. It was not great because, the math teacher was picky, because we were good students. He wouldn't consider me a good math student. I never asked him. I think he would say I was a good student, but I could be better, because I think he's all the teachers, they would think, you just try harder, it will be good, you'll be better. But that's never the case. There are students that tried harder than me, but they didn't get better than me. And it's not about that. In fact, I do believe if I tried harder, I would become worse. Because you gotta follow your own flow. That's the rule. When you are following your flow, you're good at everything you do. When you're not, you go against the flow, everything gets destroyed. But they never know any of this because they're old fuckers, like I told you. They're old motherfuckers. They don't know anything. They're not qualified for teachers. They don't know anything. All they believe is you gotta try, you gotta put effort. They don't believe in the effortless way. They believe in the effortful way. Life is gotta be hard, and the harder you push, the better you blah, blah, blah. You know, that kind of what most people believe in. So, actually, I shouldn't have brought it up. I just felt like I brought down the energy. But it's okay, it's all in me. There's nothing external that contaminated the energy. It's all within me. It's just my stuff, my perception. Let me just balance it all out. Actually, they are good teachers, because I think let me just tell you, the head teacher of my class was a math teacher, and he was really young. He was literally younger than what I am right now, and he was a newly graduate, and I think because he was really good, because he was new, and he was assigned to be the head teacher of our class. Like I told you, our class was literally the top class of the whole school, so for him to be assigned to us without any experience before, to be the head teacher, I think he was really good. He was a good math teacher. He also went to the best high school in the city, and that's why maybe he was assigned to us, even though he went to a very plain university for whatever reason. But he was really good at math. And actually, this is so embarrassing, but I'm gonna say, I had a crush on him. Holy shit! I shouldn't. Now it just sounds so ridiculous because I hate him. But when he was just when he first became our head teacher in the beginning of high school. Actually, I had 4 years of high school because only 2 years of middle school, because of this experimental thing that was going on in my school. So yeah, he was our head teacher for 4 years, and I had a crush on him when he was new to us. It's so embarrassing to say, because I hate him, you know, because he's Jesus. I think maybe because he went to like meet us dormitory by dormitory to just get closer to us, or what. Actually, there were only 2 dormitories, one male, one female, and were they just 2? Yeah, I think so. There were 8 of us in that one dorm. And then how did it? Maybe 9 of us actually. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 9 of us in one dorm. I don't know. So he met us, and just to get to know us better. And that day he was sitting there, and I could see he had such long eyelashes, and I just thought his eyes were so pretty, and I thought he had such a nice nose too. I was maybe just 14 or 15. Yeah. So maybe it's not too embarrassing. I felt like I was having a crush on him, and I was jealous when he preferred the other a friend of mine, a classmate. He liked her more. I could tell, because he said he told her that she looked like the other student he once had. So he had probably a year's experience of being a teacher. I don't know. And maybe that was a really good student. And he just seemed to be more interested in her than in me. Like, he preferred her. And that just made me so jealous. Like, I was just so jealous. And he was married, by the way. And his wife was gonna give birth. And oh my God, the day he he was off work because his wife gave birth. I was so sad. But also, I think that was the end of it. I never felt anything for him afterwards. And then within like maybe a year or half a year, he was just he was just so. It's ridiculous to think that I have ever felt different about him than who I am. He's first of all a kind of coward, a timid type of person. Second of all, there is nothing attractive about him. His hair was ugly, and he's kind of fat already at such a young age, and his voice was just terrible. His voice sounded like a cow. But I'm still gonna say I shouldn't focus on the negative things about people. I mean, even though they were not good teachers, but they were good enough for me because I wasn't a bad student. So I think, but I wasn't a top student except for in English again. And the teacher that liked me the most, obviously, is my English teacher. I think I was her absolute favorite. Even though I didn't always come I wasn't always the first, how do you say, the top, the very, how do you, like, you get a rank of your grades after each exam to see which is a top student and which place you've come to. I didn't always end up in the first place, but I felt like I was her favorite student because I was sort of legendary. Because in I can only remember these two extremely important exams. Well, maybe not. The first one wasn't substantially important, but was important only because we were competing. We were doing the exact same exam with this different province of the country, which should be actually much better than us because of they are just a richer province of the country, so they got better educational resources or whatsoever. And we were doing the same exam with them just to see how well we did or what. And I came not only first, I mean, in our class, in that exam, but like I was much better than the second one, in the second place in my class. I don't remember comparing with the students of that different school or how well I did, but I think that was really impressive. And I don't know, English was just effortless for me. And maybe because I also was really passionate about it. It was like a hobby, even though it was like a mandatory and extremely important subject. But it was like a hobby for me and a passion too. So I was really happy whenever it was English class. And I loved doing English homework because comparing to all the other subjects, I didn't like anything else except for literature. That actually wasn't literature because I don't have a better translation for this subject. It consists of ancient text studying, grammar and reading and just mostly grammar. So let's just call it grammar class. Well, I didn't like it as much as English. I don't know why. Maybe because of the rigidity of it, actually. Yeah, exactly. Because, I love writing, or I write. Like, it's a part of my life, I write. But, you gotta write essays in grammar, or just call it, I don't want to call it literature, because literature is a completely different thing for me. But that subject, I don't know how to call it, language. Let's just call it the mother language, or the mother language.
and you gotta write essays, and there's so much rigidity to it. It's the opposite of creative writing. It just call it rigid writing. It's such a thing that I hate so much. The writing was absolutely terrible. It was hard for me to get high marks in those exams, but I won like the second place of the national creative writing competition. But I couldn't get a high mark with that. But even that, I still was one of the best in this subject. And but I liked English more because I just felt there was more freedom in there, because you just was, even though there was rigidity, but maybe because I couldn't feel it because it wasn't my mother language. It isn't my mother language, so the rigidity was like vague. I don't know if it's an actual verb, but you could use it that way, but I think you get what I mean. Kind of like, I don't feel it as clearly as in my mother language subject. So I loved English much better, to the point that I think maybe I'm done talking about it. I feel like I am bragging about myself. But I wasn't even a top student, because I felt like many students were better than me. I feel like when I got good places in exams, sometimes I once I came even as at the first place in an exam. I only remember it happened once, but many times I came second. First, there was only once, and I felt when I came first or second, I felt it was only luck, because I felt like the other students, they were just better than me at school. I don't know. I just felt like I wasn't good enough, and like I felt like I was more like a middle up type of student, not a top student, except for in English. And yeah, that was it. Maybe it isn't true. I don't know. Maybe it's not true at all. Maybe because I really didn't study hard, or is it the truth? Because I feel like other students, they never put their heart into doing anything else. Like those that I thought was better than me, I felt like they were really just studying. But for me, I just used every possible free time to do whatever I wanted to do. Never not studying, except for English. Yes, I liked English to that point that, let me just briefly tell you that we studied literally for 11 hours a day, and I liked English to the point that even when I had free time, I would use it to study English. It's just funny, isn't it? And yeah, even during vacation, that was just absurd. During vacation, like winter vacation, summer vacation, I only remember in winter vacation, I would just be, when my family was watching TV, I would just be listening to English tapes because it was fun. I liked it. Maybe not loved it, but I liked it. It was fun, one of the fun things. I think it's very lucky, but we chose our life paths, so it was not about luck. It's just, why did the other students choose to have to study hard and not get a good enough grade, and why did I choose to be able to get grades effortlessly throughout my life? I just feel like I feel so scared whenever I compliment myself or talk about the positive things about me. I feel like I'm bragging, and I feel like I'm being judged harshly against. Like, you tell me you're just bragging, you sound like a narcissist. Again, that just came up again. And I know anybody that would be watching this video wouldn't think that way about me. Otherwise, they would have quit long ago. It's such a long video. It's like a 3-hour long video. Nobody's gonna watch to this point and still judge me in their mind. You've been loving me to pieces. Anybody that would watch this video to this point, either way, a complete freak or someone that loves me to pieces. No, I should take the first back. Nobody that would be a freak would watch my video to this point because I'm a legendary person with a legendary life. I don't mean the good grades I got or the efforts in it. That's not what I mean when I say a legendary. That wasn't even legendary because I have heard of more legendary stories. Like some people, they could come first of the whole grade in exams without putting effort in. I wasn't even that level. That wasn't legendary. I'm not talking about my study. It wasn't legendary. And maybe because of that, I just feel even worse how I just keep bragging about it as if I was a legend, but I wasn't. Except for in the English, I was like the only person that got full marks in spoken English exam, even though that was the least important exam. It didn't even matter at all because spoken English wasn't a part. Can you imagine that spoken English wasn't a part of the study, the class, the course, the subject, the education focused on reading, listening, and writing, not on speaking at all. Literally not at all. And grammar was focused, not speaking. So the spoken test was not important at all, and the full mark was only 5. And literally everybody would get just 4, but I just got 5. That even surprised me because I was just not doing. I don't know what I was doing, and I got a 5. It's just kind of funny. I just felt because, also when we took the class, when we took the exam, because it was so not taken seriously that many people were taking it at the same time. So basically, you wear a headset, earphones, and you sit in front of the computer, and somebody would just sit next to you. Maybe not right next to you. Maybe there's one computer empty, or I don't remember. Maybe just right next to you. I don't remember. And there's just a whole classroom of about like 50 students talking at the same time. But even if you were wearing a headset, you could hear what other people are saying. But the thing is, we're not taking the exact same exam. The exam was like computer generated, so each question asked to different student was different. So you cannot copy other people, but you can hear what other people are saying. But the exam also is happening like every question pops up simultaneously in the whole class. So when everybody starts speaking and stop speaking at the same time, so maybe they thought it was okay to do. Also, I think because the exam really wasn't important. But the fun thing was I was sitting in the class, right, in the classroom, and so there's a bar showing you how much time you have for speaking. For example, for this question, you have 60 seconds, and you will see the bar progressing as you speak. But somehow other students just stop speaking before the bar finishes. I just spoke for as long as I wanted. So I just felt like I was the only person speaking at the last few seconds. During the last few seconds, I was the only person still speaking in the whole class. The whole class was suddenly silent while I was still speaking, and I was talking about the meaning of life. I just felt it was so funny. I don't know how many questions of that lasted. I don't know how many times that happened. But I just remember this once. I remember the phrase I was saying when the whole class was silent already. Everybody stopped talking while the bar was still going. You could actually still say something more. But the phrase I was saying was the meaning of life. I don't know what I was talking about anymore, but it was just kind of funny. How could I just get into the meaning of life in a English? Oh my God! I was just saying, because. How could I get into philosophy in a English spoken test that was not even taken? It was not even I don't know, like, I think it's just kind of funny. Because if you know anything about the education system of my country, it has nothing to do with meaning. It's nothing to do with the meaning of life. It has nothing to do with philosophy. It has nothing to do with profundity, with depth. It's just some shallow competition that's completely not significant at all. Well, it's taken extremely seriously, and I know why it's serious, and I took it seriously too, even though I said I didn't feel like I was really putting my heart into it. But yeah, I was taking it seriously. I was not just playing like some truly legendary people would have experienced, like they always came first in exams of the whole grade and not just of their class. And then they were literally playing. I wasn't playing. I was only playing when it was my time, or when it was like during breaks, or when I was studying. I was studying. I wasn't playing. But when I had time, I would just do whatever. I wouldn't call that playing. I would call that serious living. Because playing is serious living. Whenever you're not playing, you're not taking life seriously. Because life is about following the flow of you. Whenever you follow the flow, follow your heart. It always feels like playing. Like when I was studying English, when I was doing the English homework, when I was doing whatever, when I would do whatever I like to do, it's always like a play. And whenever you're not playing, you're not living your life. You're not being responsible to yourself, to your life, whenever you're not playing, which is the complete opposite. But I don't like to talk about what the world believes in, because it just always brings you down, doesn't it? And it kind of makes me want to cry too. So let's move on. I just feel really frustrated how the world just believes in the complete opposite of what's true. And I just feel, maybe because I feel sad only because I don't fully believe in what I just said. I still feel weak. I feel like the world is powerful because the world sustains itself in all these terrible beliefs that are the complete exact opposite of what's really true. What's even true at all? What's true at all? The world doesn't believe in anything that is true at all. The world says that you're not being responsible when you are playing. When you are playful, you're not being responsible. And the world makes responsibility a heavy word, a stone, a something that is just like death. But the responsibility, the true definition of it, is something that you're meant to do, and the only thing that you're meant to do is to play, to follow your heart. And I guess I feel sad because I don't fully believe in it, because I live in this world that somehow can survive without believing in it. But I'm not seeing it correctly, because I don't know. Because people that succeed are only people that play. I think nobody that takes life seriously succeed. Look at the people that take life seriously. They suffer, like my family. They never play. They're not playful at all, and their life's full of suffering. And whenever you take something seriously in a conventional way, you always fail. Let's say, for example, and you go to study business because you think because that's the world's way of success, and then you gotta follow that, and that's how you take responsibility of your life, and that's how you're being serious rather than going to study art. That's your passion. Passion isn't serious. Business is serious because money is because that's what everybody is doing. And then you do that, you can never succeed. Because the business people that succeed play. Because they are truly interested in business.
There are many people that study business are truly interested in business, and many people that study it because the world is studying it, because that's the way that financial success is attached to. So people do that, but only people that play succeed. Look at the world. Look at everything. Only people that play. Only people that follow. But they don't even know it. They don't even know it. They still talk about, because I worked hard, I succeed. Because I worked hard. But the thing is, it's not. But look at me, because you look at me. You could say I was a successful English student, and you look at me. I could tell you, because I succeeded back then in high school with English, was because I worked hard. Because I even spent my winter vacation when my whole family was watching TV. I was there listening to English tape. I was there when I could do whatever I wanted. I chose to study English instead, and I did the most English homework, blah blah blah, as much as possible, blah blah blah. I could say that, but that wasn't the fucking truth. I was enjoying it. It wasn't hard work at all. And you could say a person that loves playing the piano, we spend fucking 18 hours a day playing the piano. We're thinking about playing the piano during sleep. They can tell you I succeed because I fucking worked hard. But that is not a fucking truth. They don't know it because they're stupid, because they're ignorant. They can succeed, but they can still be ignorant about the philosophy of life. So all the successful people, they can still be telling you, not because they're stupid, because they're still food. And they can tell you, I succeeded because I worked hard. I worked hard. No, they succeeded because they played. You don't succeed because you never play. Because you really took their words seriously. You think hard work, push, do the things that you least enjoy is the way to success. And then and you will fail, and I wish you to fail, because then you would learn. Then you would learn that it is the fucking wrong way to live. But nobody that believes in that would watch my videos, so my anger is directed to nobody. People that need to feel my anger will never feel it, because they won't be drawn to me. So that's great. And I don't have to be angry. The only reason I'm angry is because I feel that the world is a threat that's taking me away. I think that's the only part that makes me sad. It's not because the world believes in what it believes in, but because it believes in what it believes in. I feel like it's so powerful that it's taking me away from what is true. And I feel like I'm not fully believing in what I just said. That's the thing that makes me angry. But is it the world's fault? I sometimes just feel scared. I feel like I believe in things. What if they are not true? What if the world is right? That is just what makes me sad. But it's never true. At an intellectual level, I know it's never true. They can't be right, but just sometimes I just have this doubt. I feel like, what if the world is right? What if my family is right? Yeah, that's the only thing that is sad. It felt like I was sad because the world is like this. No, I'm only sad when it comes to this is because I feel like I feel like I'm not standing in truth. Sometimes I think the world is right, or I doubt. But I also know that, thankfully, there's the part of me that is sane, that is sane, knows that can never be right. Yeah, it sounded like I was sad, I was angry, because the world is the way it is, and I'm sad because, no, I was sad only because the whole time, whenever I cried, whenever I yelled, all the anger and the sorrow came from this, that I have doubt and was true. And I feel like it's the world's fault. I feel like the world has to believe in what's true, for what's true to be true. Because the world is big and I am just a small person. And that is the big journey. That's the journey of the hero.
Have you heard of this? That was kind of ridiculous. Like I'm going against the world. Many things. I know the truest form of truth. And many people hold the contaminated form of truth. Somehow, in one way or another, they believe in effort. In one way or another, you can see they apply effort as a part of their philosophy, unconsciously or consciously. But whenever I do that, I notice it because it's just not true. But I have so much doubt in it. I doubt myself. I doubt what if the effortful way is the way, and I fucking get angry when I do it, and very sad. These feelings are the exact proof that this direction is wrong. Whenever I doubt truth, I'm wrong. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel so much sorrow and anger. If I'm doing the right thing, everything would flow. But whenever I doubt myself, there's just fear and no, there's just anger and sadness. The only thing that makes me doubt is fear. Because I fear, what if I'm wrong? What if? I seriously, I need some help with this because I feel like I really am doubting this so much. I need some help to stand deeper in truth. I don't want to ever doubt it again. It just doesn't feel good to do. That's why I really want to meet other people just like me because I feel like I'm the only person believing it, knowing what I know. And that just makes me feel as if I'm my illusion of if there was a different person, another person that isn't me, that believes, that knows exactly what I know, and then somehow I am validated. And this person has to know more than what I know. Not exactly more, but at least as much as what I know. But I haven't yet met anyone that knows at least the same amount of what I know. People that can resonate with me, they know what I know, but they always know less. I feel like I'm a mentor to them. I'm teaching them. I don't like to teach, like I said at the beginning of this video. I don't like to teach or mentor people. It's not my passion, not my mission, not what I'm meant to do. In other words, I like to talk to people that are really like-minded, or really get me, really resonate with me. And I know they're gonna show up soon, I know it. Because it's time. Because I know it's time. I really ask for help with this. Please help me. Truth, existence, universe. I know what I know is true, but I doubt it. I can't help. There's a part of me that's just doubting, and what can I do about it? How can I stop doubting? How can I only just doubt the world? And the world is ridiculous enough. How can I ever fall for it? I have fear because I have fear. No. You gotta help me. There's something that I'm missing. Please help me. I know you will. Thank you. That's what the nature of suffering is when you're going against truth. There's the nature of suffering. Of suffering, when you believe what isn't true to be true, is when you suffer. Whenever I talk about the world and feel sad, I actually, before this point, right now, I thought it was because I was sad because the world is the way it is. But whatever, actually, the truth is, whenever I felt sad or angry about the world, it's because I have doubt in truth. And I feel like I need the world with me to make what's true true. If they're not with me, and I'm alone believing in truth, I feel like as if that's not enough. There has to be something other than me that believes what's true to be true. To make it true, me alone isn't enough, because I am no authority. But that is the most ridiculous. I am authority. How do I know? How do I see that consistently? How do I see I'm the only authority existing? How can I know that? How can I see that consistently? Please help me. What can I do? Well, maybe I'm literally seeing something I had never seen before. Suddenly I understand why my life has to be the way it is. And it's because of this purpose that I just said. Is to help me stand in truth. Like, independently. If I always need someone else to believe in what I believe in to make it true, then I'm never standing in truth. It's always because, okay, there's a difference. The external is supporting me, then it's what's true is true. It has to be me. I have to be the only one enough necessary to qualify what's true to be true. Or what's true is independent of what I think. Lack of believing was not true. But what's true will still be true and will still always apply to everyone. Like, you can believe hard work, believing hard work, and still only playfulness is the only thing that can make you succeed. Even people that believe in hard work, which is just the most ridiculous thing, they just make me angry. Because they are living the truth, but they are telling the lies. I know they're not doing it consciously. But it's just so ridiculous. How do they not know? They're still talking about hard work. I want to fuck them. Seriously. Anybody that talks about hard work is my enemy. You get the hell out of my life. But I myself, there's a part of me that believes in it, that buys into it. That is doubting me. What I'm supposed to do with that. I'm so scared. It's making me feel so scared. Because I feel, what if it's right? But this is so ridiculous because it isn't right. What can I do about this situation? Do I just have to live with it? Live with doubt. But I don't think it's the way. I've asked for help. Please help me with this. I know you will help me. I'm talking to the I don't know what it is. You call it the universe, the existence, magic, miraculous, magical love, or whatever you would call it. This existence is my favorite, or my other favorite is magical love. Yeah, that's what I call it. Some people call it God. Some people, God is not in my vocabulary. God is not in my vocabulary because it's never used correctly. Because a word, when a word is never used correctly, it's just not usable anymore. Because whenever you use it, it always consists of misunderstanding, misleading, misunderstanding. So there's no point to use a word. The word completely, it has turned into rubbish, has become completely useless. Because the meaning, the significance of words is that they help us communicate, because they are what meaning is, the tool, the vehicles of meaning. So if a word always carries misleading, misinformation in it, always, then it has completely lost its function. Like a phone that has turned into a brick, you can no longer do anything with it. You just don't use it anymore. Like the word God, oh Lord, you can't use it anymore. So it's out of my vocabulary because of how wrong it is. It's a broken phone. You just toss it. You can no longer fix it because it's outdated. Also, use the newer phones, newer technology. You dump the old ones, the old computers from 100 years ago maybe. They're as big as a whole room. They're not useful anymore. They're just completely useless. Completely a piece of junk, literally. Just toss it. But the thing is, that's not even how useless the word God is. Because a computer from 100 years ago is still a computer. But the word God no longer is not only it isn't functioning, but it is doing the opposite of functioning. It's detrimental. It's counteractive. What's the word? Productive. It's the opposite of useful. It's not just useless. Because the word, do you see? The word useless is not the opposite of useful. But detrimental is the opposite of useful. Another great way for you to understand it better is when you use, let's say, shampoo to wash your hair. It's useful when it cleans your hair. It's useless when it does nothing. But it's detrimental when it not only doesn't clean your hair, but it makes your hair more dirty. Whatever you use, it makes your hair more dirty. That's the same way when a word not only no longer function as a word to communicate meaning, but whatever you use it, it communicates more misunderstanding and misleading. It's even worse than a 100-year-old computer. So you completely toss it. You not only toss it, you bury it deep into the dirt, deep enough out of reach, and you use it as something new. I have no doubt that in 100 years, or maybe more, hopefully less, the word God will no longer be in I don't know, probably won't be in 1,000 years, maybe I come from that far away in the future, I don't know. In 1,000 years, you will no longer hear the word God used seriously in any serious discussion. It's just a joke. I'm so scared as I'm talking about it because I'm afraid, what if I offend those people? But the fucking truth is nobody that would be offended by what I said would be watching this video to this point. Well, there are enough people out there talking against religions publicly. And those people are flying intact. Well, why should I fucking worry about whether or not I'll be attacked? But they won't even, not only will they not click, watch this video to this point, but they won't even click into this video. And they won't even see this video at all, these people, because this video is just not for them, and it won't. the universe won't send it to them unless for whatever reason that I'm not seeing. I have so much to say. I want to tell you about my physics teacher because his handwriting was so good. I was admiring that. His handwriting was so good. I mean, he's only my teacher only in middle school for 2 years. I think actually for just 1 year or even just 1 semester. I remember the first time he entered our classroom, he said he was nervous, even though he had been teaching for decades, and he was old. Well, not old. He was a mid-aged man, like 40 at least, 45, I think. Yeah, probably 45. And he was a short, skinny man, and physics teacher was a bright human being. And he entered the classroom. He said he was nervous. I always remember that. And his voice was low. And it's so funny. I had a classmate who was also my friend, and she had a problem with her hearing. A little bit. Like her hearing was a little bit worse than a normal person. So she had a problem with with his class. So she went to talk to him to tell him that his voice was too low and she couldn't hear it. And he said, "Oh, it's okay. You will get used to it." He said, "Actually, when you get used to it, it will be better." He wasn't joking. He was seriously saying that. I think it's just so funny. And his handwriting was just so good. I loved it. I personally have very bad handwriting. I think it suits my personality, yes. Like, I think many students had a great handwriting. I never could. Like, my handwriting was just not good. It was just kind of wild. And a normal person would have only one style of their handwriting. But I just have so many styles. Like, I could write 2 paragraphs and you would think they are written by 2 different people. But they're written by me. And sometimes when I get the hang of it, I don't know what it feels like. It's just so weird. Sometimes I can just do so well. Sometimes, because I have this specific type of handwriting. One of those styles that I have is my favorite. And I can only do it when I like somehow hooked onto it in a way I don't know. Like if I try to do it when it's not the right timing, and I just can't. I can't make it. But when I'm like somehow, I don't know, like whatever that was going on, I could just be doing it smoothly, and I would just be going at it. And on and on until somehow it's like there's a hook in me that had to hook onto something in order for me to produce that kind of handwriting, which is weird. Otherwise, I couldn't do it, and I love that. I love that handwriting, even though other people may not like it, but I love it. It was really good. I think people would also think that's my best handwriting, and I really love it. I think it's better than anybody else's, but I just can't produce it. Specifically, I don't think I can do it in exams. I don't know. I don't remember if I have ever done it in exams, because in exams you gotta do it really quickly, and you don't really have time. You gotta write so many words in an exam. You have no idea how many words you gotta write. Especially in my fucking mother language, it's just so hard to write. The handwriting is the worst. It takes so much time to write, and you gotta write so much. You basically run out of a pen. How do you call these pens? You run out of it, or pen, and there's the inside. How do you call this inside? The filling, right? You gotta refill a pen like literally every actually maybe not a couple of days, but every, let's say, 4 or 5 days, you finish a pan completely. Can you imagine that? You probably could never imagine that, because if you have never been to a high school like those in my country, you can never imagine something like that. It was literally hell. But for me, it was the best time of my life. Also, like those 2 years, the 2 last years, one of my favorite time of my whole life. One of the favorite times of my life was those 2 years. When, of course, apparently not because of the studying. I hated it. I hate all those studying. I mean, not when I was in the middle of it. Everybody was doing it, so I took it for granted. But now looking back, it was literally hell. What I liked was the freedom, and then how I was just being me. It probably is bizarre to talk about freedom when I told you that we had to study for 11 hours a day. It didn't sound like there was freedom. There was abundant freedom for me somehow. I was so free, like a bird. I felt so free. I was free. Or maybe I am freer than ever right now. But I feel I was freer, because I was fearless, and today I'm not fearless. I have so many fears. Even though I am more free than ever, and I have much more clarity than ever. I am closer to truth than ever. But I have the most fear of my life. I've never been so fearful in my life. Literally living with fear. Well, it doesn't sound as bad as it sounds. Maybe someday in the future, when I'm completely out of all this, looking back at this, I would think it's hell. Like I'm looking back at my high school life, and it was literally hell, but I didn't feel it when I was in the middle of it. And right now, I don't feel like it's hell. I'm living with so much fear, because I'm in the middle of it. It really doesn't feel like much. But I'm gonna pee. It's such a bright day. I kind of want to go out, but I can't talk anymore when I go out because there's so many people, and I don't like to talk to my phone when there are people around. I'll have to pretend that I am talking on the phone. It's just so weird, right? I'm just talking to the air. It's such a beautiful day. I can show you. Well, sometimes it's better. Well, it's not as good as it can get because the sky isn't so blue. Sometimes it's so ultra blue that it makes the sea look so deeply blue as well. And the green, so green, everything. Now there's a thin mist over everything. The colors are not the most flying today. I think you can watch my previous videos if you want to see it at its peak. If only I could find a corner outside where I can talk without any passerbys passing me by. Because whenever somebody passes by me outside, I would just get distracted because I would worry if they can hear me. I just want to keep talking today. Let's see what time it is. 4. Like I expected, always it's 4 when I check the time. Let me just talk about. Let's see what I want to talk about right now. The next. Okay, we were talking about the guitar, and as I was starting to talk, we just started talking about it, and then we diverted into other things. Oh my God, there's a little thing here. It looks just like a, what is it? Oh, fuck! Holy fuck! Oh
my god! I was looking at something, I thought it was glue on the sofa that has the shape of a little lizard. I was gonna show it to you because I touched it. I thought, oh my god, it looks like a little lizard. Like it looks like it's like a piece of art because the random marks of glue, but it looks like a little lizard. I touched it. I realized a real lizard. Fuck, it's dead. Fuck it. It's so creepy. Fuck, I don't want to look at it anymore. So like I'm not gonna show it to you. Shit, I thought it was just like glue marks, and that looked like a lizard, but it's a real dead lizard over there. Fuck yeah. Shit, really scared the shit out of me. Fuck, cause I was touching it. I never thought it was real. If I was just seeing, oh my god, it's so scary. I don't want to look at it anymore. Fuck. It's small, but it's really scaring me. What am I supposed to do? It's right on the sofa. That's why I don't want to live alone anymore. Cause what am I gonna do in those situations? I just leave them, you know? Nothing I can do. If I wasn't alone, I could ask this person that lives with me to help me. Shit, but if I spotted it from far away without touching it, and knowing at first sight that it's a dead little lizard, it wouldn't have scared me at all because I've seen dead lizard everywhere. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of them. Like this one, oh my god, fuck, it's really scaring me. Like, for the first time a lizard scared me. Shit, because I didn't know, I thought it was just glue, and then it turned out to be real. That's just, I don't know, the surprise. Shit. Fuck, I never knew it was there. Maybe it's new, who knows. It's dead in there, trapped under glue. Shit. I wonder if I have neighbors. I mean, I live in this building where it's mostly empty. And my neighboring apartments are used as hotels, I think. So people would like sort of like Airbnb. They're normally empty, but sometimes there will be guests. So I wonder if right now I have like neighbors, because I'm really loud. I was just loud. Would they be able to understand? Like, I don't think I have neighbors. Like consistent neighbors. Right now, I think right now my neighbors are empty. They're empty. I can see their balcony. The balcony that I can look at is the balcony of the bedroom of that apartment. Each apartment has the same structure, I think. So maybe, I don't know. Yeah. Actually, yeah, if that apartment is occupied, then only they would be staying in the living room right now. I probably wouldn't be able to know if they're there. But today, the whole day, I haven't heard anything. Normally, you hear water sounds. I'm not even afraid of lizards that are alive, that are on my body. But yeah, I'm afraid of dead things. A dead ant would bother me. If it's a flies that are alive, I don't care. They can land on me. If it's a dead one, oh my god. I want to lose all my fears. And let it happen in the most effortless way. I think the least spiritual thing you could ever do is to believe in effort. And which is, the absurdity is that
in the world of contemporary spirituality, most people hold on to effort. You gotta practice it. You gotta meditate every day. It's a mandatory thing to meditate every single day for at least 15 minutes. If you want to get something, you gotta do the work. Do the work. Fuck them. Spiritual bypassing is the word they created. I would say that the biggest spiritual bypassing is the concept of the ego. That they just scooped a part of their existence and put them under the name of the created concept, the ego. And that's what they've done it, and they just believe in it so well. They believe in so deeply. They believe in the ego. And they worship the concept of the ego. And they think that's the solution. The solution is the death of it. The death of this, a part of me has to die. And that's the biggest spiritual bypassing because of how taken granted it is. How people religiously believe and use the concept of the ego as if it is a part of the ultimate truth, is that the ego is a real concept. Oh my God, and didn't they so believe in it? But we will not talk about these things. I will not talk about it because that's not my passion. My passion isn't in convincing people into. My passion is in talking to those that are my kindred souls. Because my whole life I've been doing almost the opposite of that. I've only met people that are not you. My soulmates, my family, the meaning of my existence, the resonance, connection, and understanding. Shit. I don't like to look at things in a negative light. Little lizard. I mean, they die so easily, the lizards. I think they really don't care about death. They die so damn easily. They so let themselves die. Maybe because they're soft. I wonder if they have any bones. They look like they don't have any bones, just like frogs. I never knew that they had bones. They look so soft. Shit. They're so soft. I can't even keep them as pets because I feel they're so fragile. They can die so easily. More easily than the lizard. The lizards are fine. Most lizards have thick skin. Except for, oh, okay, this is a gecko. I was gonna say gecko. It's a gecko. It's very small. Baby gecko. Holy shit. It's right behind my neck, but as long as I'm not looking at it, I'm okay. Because instead, if it's alive, I'm not scared of it at all. So I was talking about I wanted to study music. How many hours ago were we talking about that? And how somehow it just happened, which was just that's when I started to talk about my situation and my class, so that you could understand how impossible it was for me to go to study music, but somehow it all worked out. Well, partially, temporarily, or it was not actually temporary. Somehow they allowed me to do it. They allowed me not to focus completely on study. I don't know how that happened. I actually still don't know how. They just allowed me. What were they thinking? Because according to their logic, they would never allow me. But somehow they assigned me a music teacher, and they allowed me to go there during self-studying sessions, like during the whole day we would have 1 or 2 self-study classes. So basically there would be a teacher there to sustain the discipline, I guess. And then you're supposed to study whatever you want. Or whatever nobody wants to study anything. Whatever you're supposed like you think that you're not so good at it. For example, if you're not so good at history, then maybe you want to focus more on this class, or you want to do a little bit of math, or whatever you want. And they allowed me to use those classes just to go to the music classroom, which was across the campus in a different building facing our teaching building. And I would go there. They would just allow me to do that. Literally. I still can't see how that happened. Maybe really still because I was one of the good students. If I was one of those bottom students, they would never allow me, maybe. I was one of the good students, and they allowed me. The teacher that allowed me had the power to allow things. So if he allowed me, then of course I could do it. Because he was the head teacher, the head teacher of the grade. He was the grammar teacher, the literature teacher, or the mother language teacher. However, he was a terrible teacher in all senses. Other teachers are good at teaching whatever they were teaching, even though they were a terrible teacher. But this teacher was even bad at teaching whatever he was teaching. I think I could do a better job than him. Because I think I was better at this subject than he was. Because how shady this subject is. Because it was teaching about the mother language that everybody knows about it. I think he wasn't good at it. He wasn't so knowledgeable. He wasn't really, I don't know how he got his position. But he was a very sociable person. That's why he could get into that position, because he was good with people. But I hated his personality. Like, he was just a violent person as well, and I don't know. He's just he's not my least favorite. My least favorite teacher, I don't want to talk about them. Let's just not talk about them at all. You could say he's my one of my least favorite teachers. Like, so I didn't dislike him a lot. Didn't dislike him too much. In fact, most of the teachers I didn't really dislike. I think they were okay. Only now when I look back with the philosophy that I have today, I can see how terrible they are. I mean, as teachers, but they're doing the best they could. They couldn't do better than that because they didn't know better. They were ignorant. They still probably are. No doubt they still are. And I should say I don't like to. It's not true that I look at them so negatively. I should say they're not good at being teachers, but literally without criticizing them, because they literally don't have other better options. They don't know better. If somebody doesn't know better, you can't ever ask them to do better because they don't know how. So they're literally doing their best, and then they're okay teachers, because I heard of worse teachers, and they're not like that. They're actually good enough. I mean, or not bad enough, let's say. So they're okay, and especially they allowed me so much freedom, and I'm so grateful. Nobody stopped me. Not a single person jumped in to stop me, to tell me, "Oh, you shouldn't do this anymore. Just focus back on study." So that's when I got a chance to play the guitar. Well, yes, and I would just do that. And I still got good grades, even better grades. I don't know. Yeah, that was just. But and then they were teaching me music, and then I learned like, I don't want to talk because it was boring. I don't want to talk about that part, and somehow that's how I was studying a little bit of guitar, and then gradually I stopped. I just gradually quit because it somehow just wasn't what I would be interested, like I was passionate about. The guitar wasn't at all. I think I quit playing it completely the last year and maybe a half. I probably only played it for 6 months, and I only played it half an hour a day. Just did that exercise. I said nothing else, so I didn't learn anything. I totally, completely, quickly forgot about it completely. Even though I went to university with the guitar, during the 2 years of the university there, I only touched it once or twice. I took it out of the bag twice, also because it's a big thing, right? You put it somewhere you don't want to open it, especially for people that are not passionate about something. You just don't want to open it again. It's in a bag, and it's so large and heavy. You don't want to touch it. So you can see it was fairly new. And then, that's my story with the guitar. I completely forgot how to play it. Maybe the only thing I remember is the C major chord. You know, my favorite chord on every instrument is the C major. I love this. It's the brightest chord ever. No chord's brighter than this one. The sunniest. Any major isn't brighter. C is always the brightest. So bright. I love it. It's like the sun. C is like the sun. And yeah. And then, yeah, that's my story with oh, actually, I think at the same time I got myself a harmonica. I was just wondering, I think in the summer vacation, I was wondering, wandering the city, and there was an instrument shop near where we lived. Well, they still live there. I don't live there anymore. And I just wondered, and I don't actually remember at all how I got a harmonica. Just that night, I knew the first night I had a harmonica. When my mother heard about it, she didn't came in my room and question me somehow. I took the harmonica with me too. I would play it, and I learned some tunes too. Again, I learned the do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, si, and I could play it. I could play the tunes too. But I hate the harmonica. I don't like the sound. I don't like when I play it. So I just barely played it ever again. And you know, anything that is how do you call these winged instruments? They get really stinky. So you know, maybe I just really threw it away. I don't know. I don't remember throwing it away, but I can't find it anywhere. Maybe I threw it away because it was really stinky, or maybe it was even moldy in there. And it was a good one. I wouldn't play it. I don't know if you can actually still play it. Like, is this something that you need to clean thoroughly? It's probably extremely dirty if I could find it. I think I definitely threw it away. It's like, I in the past 2 years, I never saw it anywhere. Never. That's my story with the guitar and the harmonica. And then, what's the next one? The next one then would be the ones, the drum set was the very next one. Was when I was in the UK. I got into rock music, or pop rock, whatever it was. I just felt like I really wanted to do something about it. When I was listening to the rock, I just felt like I had to do something physically and with my body. Or I either had to sing it or I had to dance. And then I realized, I hear the drum, and maybe I could play the drum set. So I got the drum set pad, which sounds, I think it's perfect for me, because I definitely wouldn't want to get a real drum set. I mean, probably back then, at that moment, I really wanted a real one. But the pad was good enough, and same thing, I played it and learned some tunes, and I just realized it was boring, because it's so highly repetitive. Extremely repetitive. And it's just like playing a reaction video game. You gotta react quickly. I don't like how that feels, and it's also it's loud. I just once I stopped playing it, I just stopped it. For 3 months, I didn't want to touch it at all. I actually didn't touch it for the rest of the year. So yeah, that was it. That was it. But in the beginning, I would just play it every day. I was excited, really happy. Yeah, so I just dipped my toes in these instruments. And then the next one is the piano. Piano, I have a long story with it, even though I've always wanted to play the piano. One thing, I started to wanted to play it when I was a kid. When I was 6, I wanted to play it. But somehow, just things never happened. Maybe because I'm really not meant to play it. When I was 6, I had the first chance to learn it, but because my uncle was a music teacher, but he wasn't serious about me. He thought I was too old. He said you should start as early as 4. I was too old, 6 or 7 or too old. So he didn't take me seriously. We had just a 1-minute class, and that was the end of it. Somehow I never remembered to ask for it again. I don't know. It was when you were a kid, it's all intuition working, so I guess it's my intuition steering me away from it for whatever reason. And then when I was in elementary school, I had a second chance to ask to learn it. But me and my mother thought that if I had to learn the piano, we gotta buy one. And the pianos are extremely expensive. So I thought, okay, I'm gonna save money for the family, so we're not gonna do it. So yeah. And then when I was in high school, I asked for it again because I thought, well, the policy of the school was gonna change, and we probably would be allowed to go home every weekend. But then it wasn't the case. It didn't happen. Actually, she already agreed to buy me a electric piano, but then she still didn't do it. When I called to ask her not to buy it anymore because the change wasn't happening. I wasn't going home that often enough to learn to play. I should have known about simply piano back then, but I wasn't, because I didn't know about it, because I thought, I don't know. So as soon as I moved here, that's when I finally have the first chance to study the piano, to learn to play it. Because I also learned about the simple piano. So I got a electric piano. And I played it religiously every single day. I made sure I played for half an hour and an hour. I was, at least in the beginning, excited. And then, it started to become a drag. In the beginning, I could easily play for 2 hours. And then it gradually faded down to 30 minutes. And I had to constantly check the clock to see if I played 30 minutes. But I didn't really push myself. If I didn't want to play it, I just never really pushed myself. And then one day, I just felt I wanted to finish the simple piano courses. So yeah, I finished them. In fact, that was my goal. And as I finished them, I never wanted to play again. I didn't enjoy when I played it. I was so distracted. I couldn't focus. Could not focus on playing. Whenever I was playing an instrument or singing or do whatever musical stuff, my mind is always not focused, because it's just maybe not what I'm meant to do. They're just little hobbies. Although I thought singing was my passion, and for a while I thought piano was my passion. And then I can't even focus when I do them. Of course, they're not my passions. But why did I think? What did I think they were my passions? Especially the piano. It's so weird. For my whole life, I thought I wanted to play it. I thought obviously it's gonna be my passion, but it turned out not to. Well, for 3 months, I did not touch it at all. I didn't want to touch it. And I tried to touch it once, and in a minute I quit. I really didn't want to do it. So I sewed it. It was so smooth. When I decided to sell it, it was sewed immediately. Not immediately, within 2-3 weeks, somebody wanted to buy. Maybe because the price I offered was too low. I should have offered higher, in fact, and I shouldn't have agreed to the bargain. But because I was moving, I didn't want to carry the piano with me. It's heavy. Not too heavy. I could move it myself. It was about 10 kilograms. Yeah. I could actually, sometimes I really regret. Sometimes I really want to play the piano. But I know it's a trick because, guess what? I really felt like playing the drum set. I really felt I couldn't stop thinking about it. I really, really wanted to play the drum set. And I went and buy another drum set, but this time I was smart. I bought a second-handed one so that it didn't cost me a lot, and I was happy when I first got it. I was playing and playing and playing, and guess what? After the first day, I just felt, oh my gosh. After the third day, I just don't want to play it ever. I just never touched it again. I still have it in the living room right now. Right here, right in front of me. Just never want to, I don't want to play it. I don't know why. Why would I want to play it if I don't want to play it? Because it's secondhand, it's so cheap. I don't bother selling it. And that's the fifth instrument, or sixth, or how many already? The piano. And that's why the piano, thankfully, it's a very expensive instrument. After I sold it, I can't really re-buy it again, even though some days I really want to play them. Right now, I want to play it, to be honest. I want to, if the piano was right in front of me, I want to open that course and study it again and play something, because I haven't played for over a year. But I guess maybe it will be the same, exactly the same with the drum set. Thinking about the piano, thinking about playing, really wanting to play it. And when I really buy it again, I'll play it for 3 times and then I feel okay. Time to sell it. Fuck. And then the next thing is right after the piano was the ukulele. I just felt like, suddenly I felt like maybe I could play the ukulele. Even though it was an absurd idea, because I know the ukulele is just a small guitar, I thought. Pretty much so. And I already played the guitar. Yeah, I hated it. Thankfully, my hate for the guitar is constant. It's consistent. So it's not like with the piano or with the drums. If you suddenly want to play the guitar, not at all. I never wanted to play the guitar because I hate the sound of it. The metal sound of it, because the strings are metal. So they have this metal sound that's just extremely irritating for me. I hate that sound. But the ukulele, I didn't know. It sounds like the piano because the strings are not metal. It doesn't have the metallic sound like the guitar has. And also because it's much simpler, much easier to learn, much more uncomplicated. The C chord, you just need 1 finger. On the guitar, you need 3. I think the instrument that I'm best at among all is the ukulele, because I've been playing it actually quite consistently. Sometimes I don't play it for maybe 2 weeks at most. I would want to play it for a few days and then I just drop it again. But the first 6 months, I would literally play it every single day for the first maybe not 6 months, sorry. Maybe 3 months, yes. This is the instrument that I played for the longest. No, but the piano I played for 2 months, for 50 days, I think. Ukulele for 3 months, literally 3 months. Was it every single day? I think so. And the drum set, I don't remember. I really don't remember. Probably 2 weeks, 1 month. After the ukulele, I decided to buy the drum set. I don't regret it because if I hadn't bought it, I would always be thinking about it. I would always be thinking about it because I was really thinking about it. I couldn't stop. I really wanted to play it, so I had to buy it. So only to find out that I don't want to play it. So that I feel okay that I'm not gonna buy the piano because I feel like it's probably the same thing probably is gonna happen with the piano. I really like the piano. I really do. When I hear other people play, I still want to play it. I think the piano I had really bad sounds. It sounded like a keyboard. It didn't sound like a piano. But that was enough for me, I only had to play it for 2 months, and then really was enough. But I really, if I could, if I could, I would buy a good piano, like a electric piano or an acoustic. I don't know, maybe there's no difference between them for a non-professional. I think probably pretty much not much difference. Probably an electric piano would be a better choice because the sound would be better. Because the acoustic piano, it would not sound very good because it's complete acoustic, and the capacity of the sound totally depends on the piano, its physicality. But if I get an electric piano, the sounds are the recordings of grand pianos, the great electric pianos. They recorded their sounds from grand pianos, and they probably sound much better than the acoustic ones. Also, they never need any tuning, so I don't ever have to worry about that. So that's why. And also, they're much lighter, easier to move. Absolutely, I think I will have an electric piano, and I will have a black one, probably from Yamaha, and black one. Dreaming. Oh my god, I'm seeing a kite outside. The shape of a army, and how do you call those? Army plane, flight, airplane, army. How do you call those things? I've been talking for hours today. My throat is tired. Starts to malfunction. And then there are only 2 other instruments left, and not much to say about them. Got another drum and an acoustic drum, and I guess it's not my thing too. Well, it's not. It's like I said, these are all little hobbies. That doesn't mean that I won't play the drum set ever again. I will, once in a while. And the drum, I actually like the acoustic drum better than the electric drum, because the electric drum, I don't like the sound. I mean, drum set, they are so fucking loud. I don't like, they're so damn noisy, and they definitely have a metallic sound. Because they're made of metals, the hi-hats and the things, they're all made of metals. I hate those sounds. Not like hate, I hate a metallicality to them. I don't like that. Although I like them, I like the hi-hats, I just don't like they have to be made of metals. don't like metal sounds. An acoustic drum. And it isn't a good one because I'm smart. So I know not to buy the best ones now because apparently I'm not gonna stick to them anyway. So I got like the most economic possible that functions. And it's a really pretty one. I don't think it's a good one. I don't know. But you don't need a good instrument. You need a good musician can make good sounds out of any instruments. I think this drum is just good enough. It's just me. I don't play it. It's not my passion. I'm not passionate to play it every day. So you definitely shouldn't. The word should or shouldn't means you have passion or not. If you don't have passion for something, you shouldn't do it. That's where the word should be used. If you're not passionate about playing the piano for over 10 minutes a day, you shouldn't push yourself to do it, you fucker, right? But I don't think anybody that would push themselves to be watching this video. Because they wouldn't be attracted to my frequency. Watch this. That's the way I can say. I can explain. I know it. The universe is a perfect. Is a perfect place. It's a place of perfection. Everything happens perfectly. So, yeah, those people they won't be listening to me right now. So I don't have to be angry or talk about them as if they were here. And then this next instrument that is on the way. I also got the cheapest possible, which was also suggested by this tutorial on YouTube. It was suggested that you get the cheapest possible because you don't know if you will stick to it. If you really like it, then get a better one. So yeah, I actually don't like it already. I don't like it. I just somehow all of a sudden this tutorial video popped up in my recommendations on YouTube, which I never would watch this instrument whatsoever. The tutorial popped up there. Oh, and then the kalimba. The kalimba came before the YouTube ukulele because I spent so little time with this. I completely forgot about it. There's not much to talk about it. Still, I learned a couple of tunes. I'll still have it, by the way, of course. I still have it. And again, I got the cheapest possible, so which turned out to be a smart choice and sounds very beautiful. I don't know if the camera has the capability of capturing the fullness of the sound. I doubt it. It has this transcendental sound in real life. You should listen to it in a good professional video. I doubt you can hear it fully right now in the video. Is it moldy? It looks so dirty. What's all over the keys? What the hell is it? It's getting rusty too. Also, the kalimba, before I got it, I didn't like it either. I just felt like it's an easy instrument. Maybe I would like it I got it to see if I like it. I don't remember actually why I got it. Maybe I liked it. But this whistle, this tin whistle, I don't like it at all. I mean, after I placed the order, I started to like it. I'm so excited to receive it right now. You never know, maybe it would turn out to be great. Because this tutor in this tutorial, she said she had almost exactly the same situation with me. She learned a bit of many instruments, maybe not many, like as many as I have, but she learned like 2-3 instruments and never really got into them. She did a little bit of singing as well, I think she said, and never got into any of those. And then she started playing the tin whistle, and then that became her life. She's doing it professionally. I was thinking about the recorder, but I don't like the sound of the recorder. It's just so plain, like computer generated sound. And so, what I like about the recorder is it doesn't sound. What I don't like about the whistle is it sounds so much. Doesn't sound modern enough. It sounds like when I play it, I feel like I'm from the countryside, or I'm not playing it. It hasn't arrived. I can imagine the music itself sounds like it's from the countryside. I don't like that feeling. It's like traditional music. I don't like traditional music. So I like classical music. Maybe classical music is traditional. I'm not talking about that in that sense. I'm talking about like how countryside music is. I'm also not talking about country music. It's just like a traditional music, like the Irish music. You know what it sounds like. I don't like that feeling. It just feels. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I don't want to play it. But I really change. My mind changes about things. I'm saying I'm not liking it, but maybe I will actually love it. Who knows? Because that's what I'm like. Sometimes I'm saying I hate this thing. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I don't want to do it. I don't like it. But when I try it, it's just I just like it sometimes. Like the ukulele, I thought I would not like it because the thing is with online shopping, you can always return things. Within like 7 days, you can return for free. So of course I thought I would try everything. Try the ukulele, and I decided to keep it. Played it for 3 months. I think that was consistent enough. Doesn't mean I'm not playing it anymore. Still play it every week or. Actually, the sound of the kalimba sounds pretty electronic. Sounds very much like computer generated. You wouldn't think it's acoustic. It doesn't sound like it's acoustic sound. It sounds like electric music sound. I think, personally, music instruments are the best presents you can give to others. If you don't know what to give them. If somebody gives me a music instrument that's new, I would be so excited because it's so fun to learn an instrument in the beginning. Even if you just learn it like for a month and then you give up completely, that'd be still great. That means it's been a toy for you for a month. That's the same for children. You give them a toy as a Christmas gift. They play it for at most a week. They get bored of it completely. That's what you do. With adults, it's just a toy. Instruments are just toys. That's how they say play music. Play, right? Play. It's all about play. just the most surprising thing is how I just suddenly realized this. How many instruments I've played in my life. It just totally surprised me by surprise that I've played more instruments than 99% of the human beings on the earth. That's like, I never realized, because I've always considered myself to be not musical at all. And yes, because every instrument I played, I only dipped my toes in them. I can't even sing in key, in tune. Other people can sing in tune effortlessly. I cannot. Fuck it. Because I really took singing seriously, but I couldn't even sing in tunes. I didn't even realize that for years. Actually, let me find I can play a real song for you of the culling, but although I don't know if it sounds good at all. I tried to film it before. It didn't sound good at all on the camera, so I doubt if you're hearing it nicely at all. But here's one of my favorite songs. You probably know it. You were supposed to know it. Don't know if I can still play it. Probably very slowly. Actually, I don't know how to play it anymore. How am I supposed to play this? What the hell how am I supposed to play this? Oh my god, I wrote the notes so confusingly. I can't read them effectively. Shit. Also, you need nails to play this instrument. I have no nails on my thumbs, so I'm just playing with fingers. You probably already know this song. Da 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 da. It's so fucking frustrating to do. I have to look at the notes and then look at the keys and find the keys and then play the one key and then look back at the notes and then find where I was. I had to find again, where am I? And then find the notes and then do the back and forth. It's completely frustrating and a boring thing to do. No creativity in it. But I want to show you, I think there's something very interesting I'm going to show you. Is it this one? Is it this one? No, it's not this one. Let me show you this. Where is it? Fuck, where is it? I actually made some songs myself. I wrote, quote unquote, wrote some songs. Which one is it that I wrote? I think it's this one. Which one should I play first? The one I'm going to show you or the one that I wrote? Is it this one that I wrote? I'll play it and I will know immediately. Yeah, this one. Doesn't mean that I like it. I don't like it. I don't remember the rhythm. Actually, I hate this song. I don't like it. I hate this song so bad. I'm not gonna play it anymore. My god, without nails, I can't play this one. I'm gonna show you this one, but I can't play it. Because you gotta slide it in. You can't slide without nails. A song that every single human being has no. this sound, the re sound, the re phrase. Anyway, like after the. Then there comes the re. Why isn't it anywhere in this? No idea. This is my favorite part. It's a different song that I wanted to play, but didn't like it. Yeah, I would say playing music pretty much boring, because you're just copying, pasting other people's products of creativity, just very mechanically doing something. That's no doubt my mind's empty when doing it. My mind's constantly distracted because you're really not doing anything. Because when you're learning, it's just not my passion. I'm only very excited for my tin whistle to arrive because I'm so excited to learn it. Even though I might just learn it, I think I will learn it for a month. Or maybe at least as a few days. I think it's quite easy to learn, so it wouldn't frustrate me too quickly like the kalimba. I mean, kalimba is extremely easy to learn too, but yeah, kalimba doesn't need any music background. Anybody can learn it because you're literally just copying and pasting things with your thumbs, moving it. Maybe that's why it's not fun. But it sounds really great. I think I always play the ukulele. I might just ditch every other instrument I have. But I think I'll take the drum set with me. If I gotta move somewhere, I'll just take the ukulele and the drum set and everything else, just throw it. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 things right now. I will have the we're so I can play another thing, that is my hands. People can literally play music with their hands. I think that's probably just as hard as the violin or harder because you have no idea which note you're playing. You gotta practice. The violin probably much easier than playing with your hands because your hands are always different. But the violin is the same. Your hands, the shape is different every time it's in the note. You don't know which note you're doing. The violin just stays the same. So I think the hand, how do you call it, this thing?
And the violin, people learn it for oh my god, I'm looking at a lizard just now. Fuck it. It just startled me again. It's like a ghost. Shit. You know, the violin, people play it. I heard that people learn it for a whole damn year before they can play a song. What the fuck? I could never learn the violin because of how it literally takes nothing. You cannot learn it as a hobby. It has to be a passion. I can't even begin to learn it because it's just so boring. You gotta move your finger up and down the string to find a note first, and you gotta practice that. Everything. It takes nothing but passion. You can't possibly learn the violin without passion for it because of how difficult it is. Does this count as an instrument? But I can actually play a tune. That's the only tune I know. Takes 5 minutes for you to learn this, maybe 10 minutes. I don't know how long it took me, just 10 minutes, I guess. Gotta find a good video too. I did do re mi. Fuck, that was so good. You were so random. I didn't plan it. Oh my god. There's no low sounds. There's only, I think, from do to a 7, a C, and there's no low sounds. They can only play 7 notes. I think it can also play half notes. What are they called? Like da 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 da. What are these called? That word I don't remember, because yesterday was the first day I ever saw that word. Da, 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 da. Too low. I have to find a song that's not so, with a very narrow range so that I can play like da 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 da. I know how to. I still remember the clarinet techniques is the tonguing. I still know how to. I still unconsciously I did it without me realizing I was doing it. Well, after 13 years, I still remember stuff. That would be too high. I cannot do that high. I can't even sing that high. I think this is the highest note. You should see my face. It's so funny. Oh my god, I didn't realize my first damn time. Actually, I didn't know I could do it. Holy shit. How about da 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 da. Every first step is to first blow it, be able to blow it. You sometimes you just can't make it sound anymore. Oh my god. I need an applaud. An ovulation. Is that the right word? I could have said the wrong one. Which other? Da 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 da. No, this one has too low keys. The key's too low. Alright, I am bored. Well, this is new. I feel this. I've been feeling for the past 30 minutes, I think I've been feeling this constant fear of being judged by you. Because when I was playing the coloring book, because I constantly cut it off with speaking, I was afraid that you would get irritated and say, oh my god, just shut up and finish playing. Maybe because that's the voice, that's the possibility. Maybe because I used too much social media, read too many comments, I learned, internalized people's complaining of other people, criticizing of other people. So I just am so afraid that I'll be criticized. I need help with this, universe. I don't know what to do to be over this. I don't like what I'm feeling right now. I wasn't enjoying it though. I did not enjoy the last 30 minutes. Because I have this constant, I still have it right now. I feel you're judging me. Judging the sound of my laughs. Judging my voice. Judging what I said. I don't remember what I said. Think of another easy tune that would be cannot think of something else. Da 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 da. I think this is the range is too. I think I'm gonna get outside. In fact, stayed indoors all day. Gonna leave. But I think this is an amazing video. Probably one of the best videos I've made. Especially the first 45 minutes. Probably the first 2 hours of it. I enjoyed it. Probably the first 3 hours of it, in fact. Which makes it probably the best video I've ever made. And charged to 74%. Alright, see you next time. Thank you for listening. I'm really grateful.